Tu as ça, bien. Ah oui, parce qu'en fait, on envoie
Bonjour. Bonjour.
Good morning, everybody. Please take a seat.
Thank you. Rebonjour. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous.
Hello again. Welcome to you all, whether you've come to the theatre or if you've joined us online. This is a conference that has been co-organized by Circus Next and Maison des Jonglages, and today we will talk about repertoire and about renewing authorship in contemporary circus. I'm in charge of European projects within Circus Next, so I will try and guide you throughout the day. But before we start, I'd like to let you know that there will be panel discussions in French and English. So for French speakers, there is simultaneous interpretation on channel 1, and if you can hear me, greetings from interpreters, you are on channel 2. So simultaneous interpretation into French will only be available here and not online. We apologize for that.
Everyone, and welcome to both those of you who came to the Théâtre de la Cité Internationale this morning and those who are joining us online for this European Conference Day. Presented by both Circus Next and the Maison des Jonglages as a joint event, we will be discussing the notions of répertoire and new writings in contemporary circus. My name is Asma Mansouri, and I am the European Project Officer at Circus Next, and I'll be your MC for the rest of the day. Before we start, I'd like to share that this European conference will alternate between roundtables in English and French. For English speakers in the room, simultaneous translation will be provided in both languages. Headsets are available at the entrance by the coffee. And online for the roundtables in French, a translation into English is available. Let me now welcome on stage Sabrina Abiad, Director of Circus Next, and Vincent Béraud, Director of the Maison des Jonglages.
Thank you, Asma, our MC of the day. We're very pleased to welcome you here and online. And I'd like to start with a big thanks to Théâtre de la Cité Internationale, Marc Le Glatin, and the entire team for hosting this conference here today. We're very happy to see the collaboration for this conference between La Maison des Jonglages and Circus Next become reality. Some of you may know already that it's sort of a tradition at Circus Next to organize a Think Circus conference at the end of each European project we have, to reflect on questions that have been central to the project. Our current European platform is coming to an end in June. Good news is that we will go on for another 4 years after that. But because this one is coming to an end in June, it's now time for us to have this conference. And for this edition, we chose to focus on new writings in contemporary circus because that is what we look for at Circus Next. So I'll take this opportunity to thank all the people and institutions that make Circus Next and its support to new writings in emerging circus authors possible. Thank you to all 25 platform members. These are the venues who select, host, present the works of emerging artists who benefit from Circus Next's platform program. Thank you to the artistic personalities who participate in the Circus Next jury and contribute to identify authors with new writings. I also wish to thank our funders who give us the means for this quest, the European Union, of course, the French Ministry of Culture, the City of Paris, the region Île-de-France, the Institut Français, ONDA, and la Fondation de France. Thank you to Circus Next board members who stand by the side of the incredible coordination team at Circus Next here that worked once again with great dedication to organize this conference. And last but not least, I'm going to say a big thank you to the translators and to the technicians who are in charge of streaming this conference. Vincent, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sabrina. So, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here, and thank you for coming. So, I would like to thank also some other person or structures. So, first, I want to give a great thank to Circus Next, because as Sabrina said, Circus Next and its team, it's a long story. We already had a lot of collaborations, but this is a great day for us to achieve today this particular partnership for this organization, this seminary. And so it makes it logical, because in fact it's the result of a regular link we have working the whole year for different type of actions together. I would like to thank, of course, the rest of the team in Maison de Jonglages out of me, maybe a little bit less visible, but they do work a lot, so I really want to thank them. So special thanks also to Eric Bordelot. We'll have the occasion to see him in Zoom. He will be in the first panel, and he was a great support for me to prepare this day. And out of this, I want to thank the partner which are inside of the Digital Soul project, which is the project we work on and which is funded by European Union. So the partners is Vivi Works in Stockholm. This is the project leader, and it's led by Sarah De Wilder and Ulle Strandberg. We have Core Data 4 in Torino, and Teresa is here from Core Data 4, which gather different companies in a production and a promotion network in Italy. The Berlin Circus Festival in Germany, which gather different companies, which is a very quite large festival for contemporary circus forms in Germany. And Maison de Jonglages, as you understood it, who promote the juggling contemporary creation. Two other structures are into this project. Particle agency in Lithuania for the public relation activities, and Circus Network, strange name in a way, you will see, because this is a visual art gallery in Porto, both physical and digital. It's not because of its name that we choose them, but in fact it makes sense a lot. So now I will give the floor to Daniela Jovic, I think. Sorry, maybe Asma, you wanted to introduce.
Hi. Well, thank you very much. Dear Circus community, dear colleagues and collaborators, I have the pleasure to give the welcome words. It never happens. It happened today. So you don't have my hierarchy, you have me. So I'm Daniela Jovic, project officer at the agency. So we are managing the education, culture, citizenship and youth programs, as well as audiovisual and sports. And I'm also the coordinator for Perform Europe, as well as the cooperation with the Western Balkans. Actually, I have the pleasure and also the honor to be the project officer for Circus Next, Circus Strada, and other 50 projects. You might know me also as a former FEDEC coordinator. But here, indeed, I have the pleasure to come back to circus, the field that I love the most and I know the most, to celebrate this repertoire and new writings in contemporary circus. As I have the honor as well to welcome you from the EU Creative Europe program, the only program that supports creative people and circulation of artworks. So congrats again for having the new project. The current projects are wonderful, and I'm very happy that we managed also to have you on board for the next 4 years. The Circus Next is the only one in Circus, but we also have now in situ for art in public space. We have Aerowaves for dance, contemporary dance. We have Prospero for theater. So we are very happy to have this performing arts vibrant scene that will, I think, support at least 800 emerging artists in the 4 years, which makes a big community together. So I think the collaboration between you and the strong ties, especially on those type of works on repertoire, writing, staging, sustainable touring, and things like that, are more than welcome. I know that you're working on that, but yeah, it's going towards a huge community. And today, in this context, I think the Creative Europe support and the work that you're doing is essential, because after the COVID, the war in Ukraine, and also all the problems that we have here in Europe, the lack of funding, cuts, and political censorship are rising everywhere in Europe. A lot of organizations do not have the funding or the co-funding, as we know, and for me, it's a very important moment that we also take on board the defense of this program here. Don't take it for granted. At the beginning of this year, we have a live momentum kind of political negotiation. So we are negotiating now the 7 years of the program. We are negotiating as well with the civil society, organizing the dialogue with a Deal for Culture campaign. This is a conference that will be next week. And ministries have addressed as well an open letter for the defense of culture and the cultural program. So it's very important that if you manage to see your MEPs nationally, you advocate for this program again, because it might be that we don't have the bigger budget, better co-funding, and that we keep the specificities for culture. For me, the most difficult situations are the fair remuneration and the good working conditions for the artists. And this is something that we have to be very well aware of. We are at the moment also requiring a lot of more money, care, tools and procedures to make things work. Research in residence, on stage, writing are still not part of the remunerated work. And this type of, I think, events, reflections are very important to make things visible in a way. We know that they exist, but we have to make sure that the 2 European projects that you have deal with those questions. Make sure that we take stock of what is needed to make the work done. So, indeed, for me, maybe the 3 important takeaways that will bring this today is the need of Creative Europe program to channel the whole program towards the artist and the creation, at the heart, at the very heart, visibilize all the steps of the work, and the need of support for new forms of writing and producing, repertoire, reenactment, observations, analyses, to have visible also the evolutive elements of that they bring to the art sector. So yes, indeed, your 2 projects are very important for the discourse around artists and repertoire, but the shaping of the funding for platforms, for corporations, but also for the Perform Europe policy, and the Performing Arts Alliance that just gathered is very, very important for now and for the next program. So I wish us a very nice conference. I'll see you all day long, then as well as from tomorrow in Marseille for the whole week. And thank you for having me. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much, Daniela, for those precious words. Daniela Jovic is a European Education and Culture Executive Agency's project officer, and she manages Circus Next, amongst other projects. I'd like to invite to come back on stage Sabrina and Vincent, together with Agathe Dumont, a researcher and moderator of two of our panels today.
And we're back. Thank you, Daniela, again for these words. It's important in these times to feel supported also in our projects in the circus field. Just before starting, I'm going to say a few words about the program of the day. Here in the room, you have it. It was given to you at the entrance. The conference today will consist in 4 roundtables. There will be 2 in the frame of a Digital Soul project that will be moderated by Vincent in French. And there will be 2 other panels for Think Circus by Circus Next that will be moderated by Agathe Dumont, professor of artistic education, independent researcher, and artistic coordinator at Terrain, creation and diffusion of artistic creations in Angers. And she was formerly an associated researcher at Circus Next for 9 years. Many of you know her already. This morning, so very shortly, this morning, there are going to be 2 round tables. The first one will be one of Digital Soul project, entitled Diving into the Source Code of Circus Performance, and engaging with the concept of répertoire, feedback from experience. The second one this morning will be a Think Circus panel, moderated by Agathe, entitled The Interplay Between the Construction of Authors' Artistic Identities and the Development of New Writings. There will be a short break between these 2 roundtables, then there will be lunch, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. for 2 other roundtables. One that will be about the role of presenters and institutions in the emergence of new forms of writing and the issue of shared risk with artists who are authors. And the 4th and last one of the day will be preparing the reformulation of a circus performance from moral agreement to the toolbox, a generous and sensitive adventure. And at the end of the day, for those who will stick with us, there will be an apéritif here at Théâtre de la Cité Internationale. Once this is said, maybe a few words on why did we want to have this conference and to have this joint conference and work together. As I said earlier, Circus Next and La Maison des Jonglages are very happy to have worked together to set this conference today. And Vincent said it also, that the relation between La Maison des Jonglages and Circus Next goes way back. We've been partners for many years, and I think every year we work together to host emerging authors in residency or for the presentation of their works here in Paris. And the Région Île-de-France, so it's going to be Bondy now. This time, the nature of our partnership is a bit different because it comes from the synergy between 2 European projects that found some common ground. And, well, let's say that we really cherish the synergies between European projects and are enthusiastic about this one because it's a first. In our discussions, we found common thread in points of interest of Circus Next platform and Digital Soul project, which Vincent, you're going to tell us about now.
Yeah, thank you, Sabrina. Yeah, I could say that all along this day we will go through quite many various topics, but we can divide them and order them in 2 main blocks. And so, as Sabrina said, on one side, the Circus next side, let's say. It will be more about the questions of authorship and innovation forms of writing in circus, but Agathe will maybe be more precise after me about this. And on the other side, the observation of various possibilities of activating or reactivating circus repertoire. These blocks have connections, let's say a common background in a way, and some keywords can be considered as milestones for today. So I want just to share these keywords with you. So there is the ideas of reappropriation and reshaping, which is somewhere around. There will be also the notions of shift and decentered or even more decentralized ways of creating. And finally, maybe also some important notions about kinship, about the perception and the observation of gaps and disparities between different types of circus gestures. Yeah, that's just some words for you to think that underlying all the discussions today, you will have some common points like this. I give now the floor to Agathe to be more precise about the link.
Yeah, so hello. So I will be moderating panel 2 and 3. So thank you very much, Circus Next, for inviting me back. So it will only be for one day, no worries. And thank you also to all participants, because it was really a great pleasure to prepare those round tables. So we will start our discussion before lunch and continue them after. I think the two round tables are kind in a continuity, even if the speakers will change. So I hope you won't be too tired before or too hungry. And perhaps you will be having a nap after lunch, but we will do everything so that we all wake up. And the two roundtables, I think, are aiming to discuss what is possible, what could be possible, and perhaps what must be possible in the circus sector and beyond. And when talking about new writings in contemporary circus, so we will talk from our spaces, places, and roles as institution, artists, presenters, and discussing what tools do we have, but also what is our responsibility to move in a way, even if it's sometimes very, very, very small, but to move some borders, some rules, so that perhaps what was impossible yesterday could become possible tomorrow. So moving borders between cultures, of course, but also between artistic disciplines, and questioning a lot the way we work, the way to allow other ways of creating, of writing, of sharing artistic forms, of accompanying those forms. So therefore, we won't talk specifically about circus only, of course, but we will kind of apprehend circus within the field of contemporary arts, and I think this is an important point. And for each roundtable, I think that we try to start from the concrete experiences of participants, and we hope that those experiences, those ground experiences, will open to more global reflection on this topic of emerging writings, new writings in the circus field.
Thanks, Agathe. Now I would like just to introduce a little bit more precisely Digital Soul Protocol, the project we are working on. If I would like to sum up, I would say that the final goal of Digital Soul Protocol is to establish a digital ecosystem that facilitates collaboration between circus artists, venues, and audiences. The aim is to develop and engage an active community from the creative process onwards. To achieve this, each partner develops a specific case study that will progressively integrate these innovative digital tools, which are coming from what we call the Web3. But in this context, Maison des Jonglages will support precisely the launch of a production cycle of circus works, either reprised or derivated. And as I said, during the process, the digital tools will allow us to register and share precious traces of this work. But for this moment, we precisely work on the launching this cycle of production. And this is in this context that the seminary today is quite important, because it gives a sort of a starting point coming mostly from the brain to be able to go later on, let's say, on the all organic and thinking parts of the creation in Circus. So I would say it's now time to launch the first panel. So, I don't know, there is a changement of the stage a little bit, I think, and we will welcome the...
Thank you so much to the three of you for this preamble. We're going to set up the stage for the rest of the day. I would like to announce the next panel, so the first one of the day, called Diving into the Source Code of a Circus Performance and Engaging with the Concept of Répertoire, Feedback from Experience. So we will have Vincent Béraud as a moderator, Mathieu Ontajan, Marussia Diaz-Verbeck, and Antonia Kuzmanic in person. And they will be joined by Eric Bordelot via Zoom, who couldn't make it today, but he'll be there virtually.
Don't speak any French. Ok. Donc maintenant.
So, as we said before, we'll hold this panel discussion mostly in French, but there's a simultaneous interpretation into English. So, Antonia will be having the interpretation in real time, so we hope it can be smooth. I want to thank my guests, and I want to introduce them briefly. So, we have Antonia Kuzmanic, who is an artistic director of the Room 100 company. So she's here because of one of her works that was, how shall I put it, reformulated. It's interesting, the words we choose. So it's been revisited by another artist recently, so we hope we can have her feedback about that. Mathieu Ontajan, who is the co-director of the training department of the CNAC, the National Centre for Circus Art. And so we'd like to discuss training, teaching practices at the CNAC, but also elsewhere, and the question of transmission. And Marussia Diaz Verbeek, who will tell us about a recent performance called Circus Remake. And it is a new production. You'll tell us if you agree with that term, new production. And Eric Bordelot, who's just left, apparently. I think he's trying to share his screen. So he's in Portugal at the moment, in Lisbon. And so he'll join via video call. He's a philosopher. He teaches at the university in Lisbon, but he wears several hats, and he'll probably tell us more about that. He's also at the origin of the project, The Sphere, that looked at derived works, revisiting of works, reformulation of works. So he hopefully can tell us more about that. Welcome, Eric. So with Asma, I'll be completely transparent with her. You're the timekeeper, okay? So when we've talked for 30 or 40 minutes, I'll look at you and you can tell me how much time we have left. So this panel discussion is going to last for an hour and 15 minutes. So I'm thinking we can talk for an hour, roughly, and then open the discussion with the audience for the last 15 minutes. So maybe by way of introduction, and to set the scene, maybe I can read a text that we co-wrote with Eric Bordelot about the concept of repertoire and of revisiting repertoire. This short excerpt can help with our exchanges. The notion of heritage is still really at the very beginnings. It's a concept that's mastered by mostly experts. But there is a lot of subjectivity, informal quality in this lineage, this notion of kinship. If you talk about a repertoire and all the influences you've had, there's a risk that you might lose your originality or radicality. So in contemporary circus, there's a lot of tributes, influences, iterations, derivations, and all of that is part and parcel of the creative process, and also of being part of a continuum that help writes history. And in the circus world, these are really only the beginnings of that, but it is very enthusiastic. People are very enthusiastic about that. So I think we can work on a state-of-the-art that could be a lot more precise about heritage and revisiting of repertoire. Maybe I can name a few experiences that have been real milestones. So the creation of a circus repertoire, the SACG, in 2002, the CNAC, the National Center for Circus Art, has really integrated the work on repertoire in their syllabus. There's Archaeos also, that's a company that's really included a lot of work on repertoire and heritage. And there'll be a 10-minute film that will play, which is an interview of Archaeos that will help us tackle that question of repertoire and new productions of pre-existing works. There's a number of examples that we can also name. Jérôme Thomas with the new production of Extra Bal, title by Jardin des Délices company that was reworked, the Chant de Bal, that has been worked on with Michel Guy. And generally speaking, the question of revisiting, rewriting, reformulating is really at the heart of everything we do. So, of course, we want to interact, so I'm going to stop talking, and I'll try and maybe kickstart the discussion. There'll be a number of questions within the question. But I wondered, maybe I will ask each and every one of the panelists to tell me more about this question. Why did you decide to work on a new production of one of your works or work by another company? What were your motivations in choosing to tackle that question? Maybe I'll start with you, Marussia. So please use a microphone. So what motivated you in working on new production, revisiting, and you can add context, of course, because I introduced you very briefly and there's a context you can tell us about.
Bonjour à tous et merci.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. So to give a little context, the show started in November. It is called Circus Remake. We're going to Brest and soon we'll go to Montauphard in February. This performance used to be called Circus Remix. I used to do it on my own. And it is part of, if I want to retrace the story of this performance, I need to pay tribute to CircusNext because my first project received an award from CircusNext, and the third show was Circus Remix with the acrobatic group of Tangiers. And we also work with Brazilian artists. My sixth show is a solo show. It is a sort of reinterpreting, an exploration of different artistic forms and formats. And the idea is to question creation and to the idea is to put myself in the shoes of an author. I like to call myself a circographer. It's like a stage director for the circus, for circus arts. This is a way to own this legacy, circus heritage. And it is important for me to redefine the language, the circus language. And when you are a circus artist and you want to spend time on creating, on writing, composing, there's the issue of time, which is important. And how can you be touring, creating projects, doing theoretical research, which I enjoy doing. It's difficult to be everywhere. And the important thing is to continue the show without me, to pass on that performance, that creation. The idea of continuity is very important to me. And also when you create a solo show, it's so huge. If you look at everything that has to be covered, that has to be done, you have to let go somehow. It is important to challenge the performance, to rebuild something. This performance was really related to the birth of the company with modest means at the beginning. And the idea of reimagining this performance, this show, was to hone it and to make it a more mature piece, to perform it in front of a public. And I will give the floor to the other panelists. This is indeed a question we will address during this panel. It begs many other questions. And Mathieu, you will dwell on what the CNAC does, the National Center for the Circus Arts. Indeed, thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation. So the National Center for Circus Arts, since our arrival with Peggy Donc in 2022, is very much part of this story of the repertoire and the revisiting of repertoire to use existing works. With Peggy, upon our arrival, we changed the terms of this repertoire reimagining. Why did we do that? Because the notion of repertoire has to be addressed for it to exist. We have worked on this for many years. When I was a student at the CNAC, there was 20 years of history. Today it's 40 years of history, even more than 40 years. And many people don't know that story. It's difficult to grasp it. Sometimes you have it in video form. Sometimes you only have records, archives. And it was important to relive those works to allow some creations to be remade. And there's also the issue of questioning allow the cri du caméléon to be to be risen from its ashes, and some people do not want to readdress this performance, this piece, which was really important for the circus world. So it is important for the artists of tomorrow to understand those pieces, this heritage, and also to question the status of being an interpreter, to question a show that was already created. So to dwell a little bit on that, we want to vary the repertoire, because we have pieces that are created with the original interpreters, and then when we cover those performances at the CNAC, we change them, we look at them, we cast a fresh eye on these pieces. So we have Cette and the Jardin by Jean-Paul Lefebvre and Guy André, and each time we have more interpreters than in the original piece. So we want to keep the spirit, but to change it slightly as well. We do this over a period of 4 weeks to revisit specific works with different personalities, with different genres, looking at it with different perspectives. We focused on ropes, different circus disciplines within an existing piece, and again, the idea is to remake, to cover, to not to forget the spirit of a particular show or performance. In the world of circus, there's the creator, there's the interpreter, and it's important to look at those two aspects. And from a pedagogical point of view, there's the issue of legacy, of heritage, but also the idea of creation. How do you manage that, the creativity of students, when you reimagine, revisit a particular performance or show? Well, there's the idea of authorship. We need the agreement of authors. This is very important within the CNAC. And with interpreters, we want them to be part and parcel of this recreation process. We want them to really breathe new life into these works. This is very important. Sometimes we achieve that in a very accurate manner, and sometimes we fully recreate some scenes, some aspects of the show. And this is a way to experiment, to understand who is the author, to understand the act of creation, and to understand what it is to be an interpreter. Antonia, perhaps first of all we could give the floor to Eric, because there are very strong ties here between what Eric will tell us about the sphere and Antonia. So first of all, could we give the floor to Eric, who is online? Could you say a few introductory words on the sphere and what brought the sphere to work on those remakes of existing works? Can you hear me, first of all? Yes? Well, I apologize for not being here today in the flesh. I would have loved to be here with you. There are issues with visas at the moment. So to give you a little bit of context here, quite briefly, it's interesting when we talk about this digital soul protocol, there's a very close relation between the sphere and all of the people involved. And to contextualize a little, if you want to dig a little further, we have this book, Digital Soul Searching. This is the title of the book. And this existed before the Digital Soul Protocol. And I'm not a circus artist myself. I entered this undertaking with the creation of the sphere with friends, and you have the blockchain, you have the Web3 and the world of circus. So to cut a long story short, for many reasons in the academic world, in the art world, there are budget cuts for different reasons, and we are trying to rethink financing means. We're trying to look for alternatives, and this is how we created the sphere with Web3 tools, integrating different audiences at different curatorial stages, creating interactions between the audience, a given public, and artists. So it's a creation and research project leading to different artistic creations, collaborations. So within the sphere, the idea is to look at how to fund a particular environment rather than individuals. So having individual artists being judged by a particular jury and working in an isolated space. And we wanted to change that funding environment to rethink this entire production and curation process, artistic process. So this is, first of all, it is an attempt to change entirely the ecosystem, first of all. And from an artistic point of view, there are many aspects to factor in. But we thought it would be interesting, as Marosia was saying, to remake some works, artworks, we wanted to revive and to derive artworks, circus works, and also to create a network of interdependency between different works so that the success of a particular work can benefit the creation and funding of other works. So this is an ecosystem that has been created where you have an interdependency. They're all closely intertwined from an artistic and financial point of view. Beyond financial aspects, we define different technical protocols so that artists that are part of the sphere can prepare their works for future remakes. So this is what we call the unarchiving process. It's a means to unarchive works. Marosia will tell you more about this. So we want artists who are taking part in the sphere to work on this future remake of their works based on a specific protocol, which is the love letter. This is how we called it. So it's a declaration of intent from the artist with a view to having their works being remade by future artists. And with this love letter, the idea is to detail what should be preserved, what should be focused on when revisiting a particular work, and to do this in a harmonious manner. So there are many threads here to explore, but this was the backbone of the creation of the sphere, to revisit the repertoire of circus. So, Antonia, you are part of this process. Maison de Jonglages is also part of the sphere. So, addressing this first question, what was the basis of this idea of revisiting works? Can you tell us more about this, Antonia?
Sorry for speaking in English. My French is... I only speak with the French technician. I know the cables and things, but the other things, no. So I think it was back in 2020 when we were approached by Sarah and Ule to describe what is the sphere. For me, the first trigger, what triggers me to join, was them saying that they are trying to find a way to keep performances alive and to keep the amount of money, energy, creativity not lost in time and space, and to find a way that it can still contribute. So this was one big thing for us, just the context that with this performance we were Circus Next laureates in 2010, which is long ago, and it was our first performance. We toured with it until 2015, and then we stopped during the performance, but we also kind of stopped our performing art career. I went to the producer world, and my colleague went to the sculpture art, which was his first artistic discipline. So for me, it was a really nice way to revisit the performance and to give it really a new life, because I think it was maybe too sudden that we stopped. And I actually didn't want to perform this piece again, but we were completely okay and willing to give it to somebody else to revisit and to find their own relationship. The other thing that was very important for me when we stepped into the sphere was this notion of building a community, which at that time I was feeling that Circus doesn't have this sense at this time. And it was also COVID, so of course this was something that was relevant. I really like that the decision in the sphere about who is going to get funding was horizontal, and it was fair. I was also part of the artistic jury of Circus Next, so I really like that it's not going to be some very important person that are going to choose who the sphere is going to support. It was the Circus community, and it's not how it was presented, that it's not going to be a Euro song that is like neighbors voting for neighbors, so Croatia gives 12 points to Serbia. It's really going to be fair and horizontal. So this was also very important for us. What happened with our performance, I'm not going to give you the name because it's a bit difficult to pronounce, because it's a chemical code in the name. We wrote together a love letter. We gave it to the sphere community, and then we received back the love letters of other artists, and then we chose who we would like to give our performance to. And it has been a very lovely collaboration and meeting these persons that I didn't know before. We have been exchanging a couple of times. We sent them all our materials. That was not so good archived because it was back in the days. We were really all very young and not really thinking far in the future. So there is kind of like lack of really a diary of creation. There was some just small pieces of how we created the piece, but there was like a full video, there was a lot of photos. There is also a documentary that is following the performance. So all of this was given to the new company. And actually I don't know what they kept because I didn't see the performance in live yet. And actually it's nice because they are kind of following the same path, because now they are finalists of Circus Next. So yeah, it's kind of also a precedent that we have something that is linked to some other performance that is now again have this criteria of being innovative, of being something next in the circus. Yeah.
Merci Antonia, c'est bien parce que tu as déjà abordé pas mal de questions.
You've already addressed some of the questions I wanted to look at. What is the framework around this recreation of works? Why do we choose to reactivate works? I can hear this idea of revisiting pieces, certain pieces, to extend some works, and from an artistic point of view, this idea of recovery, of a remake, is a way to extend the research that lies behind the creation of specific artworks. And how to work on this recovery? Is there a genuine conscience of being part of an historic continuum? Is there a dual notion here of creation and then continuation? Or are you really conscious of going beyond something that is meant to be temporary or ephemeral by nature? Mahosia? Well, within Circus Remix, we are kind of sitting on the fence here. We are 8 years apart when we look at these different projects. So it's not long enough to really to create something anew. There is this idea of continuity between two different works. There's this will to continue breathing something new in terms of creation. When you are performing as a solo artist, the relation to creation is very specific. When you do a whole show, you question the context that leads you to this creation. This show started a month before the Me Too episode, the Me Too period, and this show is not focusing on Me Too specifically, but just to say 2 words about it. This show revisits or navigates, this is my take on it, looking at the classical form of a circus performance, to look at acts, specific acts, to look at the showrunner in a typical circus show, to have visual acts, to have text without images as well. So there's an alternative here. You have 12 acts within this show. And there are 3 musical pieces at the beginning of the performance. And what I was able to rediscover, what we don't know much about the history of the circus, it's a sort of love letter, or maybe specifications without images. The idea was to say, okay, I've never seen a circus performance, and what can I do with this particular idea? What can I do with this particular language? How can I look at this, which is different to the world of dance, the world of theater, which is better documented and better known as well, as opposed to circus. What was your question? Did I answer your question? Yes, this idea of retracing something, archiving, when you work on the revisiting of pieces, and beyond the notion of a repertoire, the idea of a repertoire is difficult for me because the initial piece is not old enough, as I was saying at the beginning. But this is like the manifesto piece of the company, so it is important. It is important to reimagine it again and again. Okay, well, let me phrase my question differently. Focusing on a repertoire, we often talk about a repertoire piece. But you're saying it's not old enough. I don't have enough insight to talk about a repertoire. But if you revisit a piece, isn't it questioning the repertoire per se? This is an interesting question. I'm not sure our students, when they are doing this, feel that they are part of history, the history of circus. I think it's through peer review that there's this thinking process. But they do question how a particular piece ages. If I focus on the idea you mentioned, you talked about Me Too, how it reimagined the world of circus and questioned our practices. If you think at the circus in the 90s, there was a piece focusing on relationships between different circus acts with a relationship of domination, someone lifting and someone being carried. And this questioned the issue of domination. Why do we do that? Are we rewriting this relationship, this balance of power? To revisit it, does it mean that you are defending it, or rather denouncing this relationship of domination? Are artists allowed, or do they have a duty to question these aspects? And I think this is important when you question a repertoire. Thank you. Antonia, maybe, or Eric, do you want to speak further on these, on the issue of the historical continuum, on keeping tracks, having a trace of these works, revisiting works? How is that enshrined in a particular way? How do we revisit works, derivate works? And this notion of traces. Eric, maybe? Do you want to pick up on that, or Antonia, maybe? Well, there's the idea of using the blockchain Web3 technology. We need to avoid the cryptocurrency aspect. We've used these tools to create what we like to call a digital soul. This is related to distributed autonomous organizations, DAOs. So this is the type of ecosystem we want to develop, and a digital soul. Its role is to keep those traces, and in this particular environment is to have NFTs, digital traces that are attached to performances, so then we can create derivative lineages which are bound together by a common digital trace. And this is a form of speculation, how to use digital tools to augment the lifespan of works. These are live works. So we this is very playful in a manner. The campaign is called the Karmic Funding Campaign. The idea of karmic is again talking about the soul, but also a return on investment, an economic system. The idea is to have a return. So this is why we talked about the karma. So the entire funding campaign is based on the idea of collecting live art. So you have a collective that is needed to collect live art. Collecting live art is a paradox in itself. So this is the rationale behind the idea of taking care of those traces from a digital point of view, but also the creative aspect, passing on this heritage. This is why we created the love letter. But this is, again, the idea of passing on this heritage. And to echo what Antonia was saying, There's the idea of the community, which is momentous. In the circus community, we draw inspiration from one another. There's a culture of collaboration which is very powerful in the world of circus. So we created a sort of system where we integrate those collaborative aspects that already exist. So we are like a dating agency or matchmaking agency whereby artists meet each other in particular conditions, specific conditions involving an entire community. More than 500 people took part in the vote, which determined who would be a part of the funding process of these derivative works.
Maybe Antonia, would you like to respond and pick up on what has just been said? How did it really work for you preparing for this reworking? Because the other artists worked on a derived version, revisiting of your own work. So how did you go about doing it? Is there a protocol that you agree on? Is protocol the right term, the right word, or is it rules of the game that you have to agree on, or is there a kind of a framework? How do you formalize it?
So for us, we went into the project being really open-minded and not really thinking about protocol and rules of game. When we were writing the love letter, we only kind of put a condition because the original piece was about schizophrenia and through the personal story of the director of the performance. So we wanted that the revisiting of the piece stays in the sphere of mental health, that in this moment was something that we were all speaking about because it was COVID and mental health was something that was, let's say, trending at this moment. In 2010, it wasn't like this. So we wanted to keep let's say the rules was to keep it in the topic of mental health and to keep it dark, in a dark universe. I mean, in a dark aesthetic, so it's not fun and entertainment, that it can be a little bit more intimate and a little bit more provocative in the idea that it will hopefully change the perspective of public, how they perceive mental health issues. So this was the only rule that we wanted to, let's say, impose on the artists that are following our work, but everything else from the number of artists on the stage, their own dramaturgy and their own writing of circus, the circus discipline, we were all open to it. What I wanted to add in the relation to the previous question is that I think this kind of revisiting has been done many times in the film industry and the music industry. And I'm just a little bit worried that we don't get up in this journey of prequel and sequel and squeezing, you know, the thing that is bringing the money or it's popular. But I really think that how it's now done, it's a great tool to educate students what has been done before, to revisit this work, to have a new relationship, to maybe cancel it in a way, but really to get more familiar with the references of what has been done before. I didn't do any circus school, so I don't have any personal experience what it's like to be a circus student, but I have been working and I'm now working with circus students, and this is a link that I'm often missing, because when I say some of the important artists that are for me important, and I think in general we can agree, some of the artists are very important, circus students are really like, oh, we don't know about them. And why do they don't know about them? Because they're not on TikTok and Instagram, or they created these pieces before all the social media was present. So I think revisiting and doing the repertoire work can be a beautiful way to give references to the circus student or to the emerging artists that we have today.
We see.
Yes, it's about formalizing these lineages, these influences, these links that exist in an informal manner for artists amongst works. So it kind of formalizes this a little bit, it clarifies it.
Sorry, I didn't catch your question.
I was saying that maybe it makes it possible to validate or formalize this idea of a connection between different works, because this connection, this lineage, can exist already subjectively, but it does clarify it.
Definitely. I think with revisiting work, you kind of put emphasis on the aesthetic you are following or the topics or what is your circus writing, and it can be more clear in the repertoire work than in a singular work. For us, because it's a bit difficult, because the sphere was not only about the artistic part of the project, the big chunk of the project is the economy, and this is what also I really appreciate, because the collaboration, the partnership was trying to do, to give an alternative to the project funding, because we all know what is happening with project funding, that we are all, I think, too reliable on the project funding. So through this blockchain, which I don't know anything about, sorry Eric, we got also the opportunity to revisit our own work, and it wasn't something that we planned to do. We give our performances to other artists, and then through something that happened in Web3, I think, I don't know, we got in financial support to revisit our own work. And it has been amazing, because you, as a producer, are put back in the artistic universe. You are reminded how difficult the artistic universe it is, and it's a nice little challenge to navigate both. But we are trying also to do a new performance from the original performance. It had been very difficult to really find a way how we can combine two different words at the moment. So let's see, maybe we will never manage to bring it to the end, but it has been a really interesting process to also think about our performance now with the 15 years of gap.
Peut-être Marussia.
Maybe Marussia, a difference that we sense is that you remained artistic director on these two works. So how did you do that? And what I was saying before, the content itself, the content was authored by you, but how did you decide to pass it on? And how much room for maneuver or leeway did you give to the new performers, the following performers? Well, that experience was a bit special, a bit different, because it's about my way of working. And I think one thing I love about circus art is that it makes it possible for me to work with artists because to me, as part of my artistic journey in circus art, what you're looking for is you're trying to figure out who you are. And that's one of the beauties of circus art is you look for differences, you actually question, explore differences. That might seem very banal, what I'm saying, but it's huge. Being different can be very difficult. And so to what extent does that ask the question of originality? So I followed the same path when I worked on a solo piece. I asked myself, who am I? Who is that person that's going to be on the stage? So from the very beginning of the training courses in Rogny and in Chalon, I worked on different kinds of ropes, flying ropes, and even if it was very instinctive to begin with, the fact of working on two different types of ropes and looking for that variety, sort of holistic approach, totality, working on different circus disciplines. So not wanting to specialize myself, but cover a whole performance alone. So this dual pathway that I followed. And so the idea was to work with someone who would recreate this duality. So even though I had that desire for a long time, I realized that it was not easy to do. And it's by meeting Teresa Kuhn, the artist I worked on for the end-of-year projects in your school. I met her, and really we understood each other artistically, and we really found that we could work together. And that's when I realized, by talking to her, that there was a real possibility for another artist to reshape my work. So it's a kind of multiplying factor, kind of someone being my double. I was trying to work alone and moving from one role to another, one part to another. And this equation was different in the new reworking, because there were two artists actually playing these different parts. So it was a rewriting, an artistic rewriting, how you play a part, how you revisit this role, this part in the work. And one of the questions that we explored, these two artists really are very different. They don't look alike at all. So which tied in very nicely with what I've just said. But at the beginning, it was a bit of a problem, which is why I would say that you shouldn't write too much or plan too much ahead. You have to set things in motion and put things in action. And on stage, it really refocused how easy it was to leave a part and to play another part on stage. So the rewriting went way beyond what I had imagined, which ties in nicely with the idea of continuity and going on researching. Yes, it really multiplied the possibilities offered by the performance. And Mathieu, you mentioned earlier that you talked about variations, so working on different apparatuses, and so who kept steering things, and how that wealth of possibilities was opened up for students, how it was passed on to students. Sorry, that's a lot of questions. Every time it's authors. We ask authors first and foremost, and they choose in the artistic team, in the collective group of authors, because in circus art there are some authors who are individual authors, and there's a lot of collectives. And then it's the question, who wants to pass it on? Who's close enough to the what's at the core of the piece so that they want to pass it on? We've never really set a protocol. It's about people meeting on stage. I agree with what Marussia said. Forget about writing down things and set things in motion. Foster a dialogue, have a conversation. And so to make sure that the material you're working on takes shape and can be transmitted. I'd like to shift the perspective a little bit. What's interesting to us is to question this idea of originality. Creating is always a difficult thing to do, so we're trying to revolutionize things a little. We want to create something new, and via Instagram you have access to so much information, so our students absorb all of that, they copy all of that, and it's part and parcel of their process, their creative process, is the free circulation of artistic disciplines and practices. And also identities in all the different artistic disciplines, and also the circulation of works. So it is interesting for our students to also realize, to demythify these works. They can explore these works, they can take ownership of these works when they work on it on stage. On the stage, you're there to defend who you are as a circus artist, what kind of circus art you want to embody. And I feel something really very interesting as part of a teaching practice to help people take ownership, and then so as to rework something and make it their own, and work on space and practices. Asma, we have 5 minutes left. Oh, okay, factoring in questions with the audience. Oh, that's better. Okay, Eric, we talked about that love letter. Maybe it's a bit abstract. What can you explain what you mean by that? Maybe I can say a word about it, but maybe you can pick up on it. As part of the sphere, we thought that a call for projects, have auditions, sounded good, but maybe it's been done so many times and it's can be a bit tiring. So can you tell us a little bit more about those love letters, because it's about artistic intentions for artists that are going to rework these pieces. As I was saying before, we're trying to create an alternative ecosystem for financing, for funding, that also includes the way artists are going to interact. And when we talk about Web 3.0 and blockchain, there are legal aspects, and defining the rules of the game for that ecosystem. And the notion of protocol is very popular in that field, and that protocol comes from IT, and also from diplomacy. So it's used to define code, the way you program, and it also includes all the rules of the game that are going to determine relations between artists. And we also had an issue in mind, which was that we didn't want to have any copyright problems, intellectual property issues, those quarrels, those scrabblings between artists. So we tried to think about how we could formalize this transmission between the source artist and derivative performance, so seed performers and derivative performers. So that's what love letters are about, and formalize it enough so that it can be accessible to unknown artists that can actually also come up with their own letter of intention or statement. And all of that has to be brought before the audience. So it's the whole community that reads these love letters that are, at the end of the day, replies to a call for projects. But the way we actually make it possible for all stakeholders to interact. And maybe I'd like to add something. We like what we like reflecting upon with Vincent is to build an interactive, an alternative, ecosystem on the question of donation, what's free. So donation, counter donation, value that is exchanged, because the whole rationale behind the sphere was really questioning the idea of value, commercial value, financial value, artistic value. When you become part of the same ecosystem, you actually build relationships. So value does not lie into what you this give and take. It's about what you share, and this is where you have a pooling, a mutualization process of joy and opportunities to make art, as we like to think of it. So there's really a reflection on this, these relationships. So we use Web 3.0 to formalize some of the elements, but what's most important is the quality of the relationship between artists within the ecosystem. Thank you. We have 3 minutes before the 15-minute discussion. Okay, great. Thanks, Asma. Maybe Antonia, about love letters. You mentioned it before. Maybe since we're talking about a form of generosity here, and I know that Eric likes to talk about speculative generosity. I don't know how you, what you make of this, but how did you receive Cecilia Manfredi's love letter? What happened then for you?
Hard question. I mean, it was for us, in a way, easy decision. It was hard to read all the love letters because there was some of them. So it was you have to be, I mean, generous in mind to receive all the different opinions and different propositions. But for us, it was an easy decision to choose Cecilia love letter or her proposal because she had a personal connection with mental health issues or challenges. And for us, this having a personal experience, which is something that you cannot fake it. I mean, it's very hard to fake it. It was a very strong plus for us. And then when we also discover the whole personal story, the whole artistic story, and how she used circus and which circus discipline she uses, was really an easy decision to go with this love letter because we were very excited to see what she can propose and how this original piece will be generated into something new. So this is something that I'm really still very curious. I see only bits like work in progress presentation and video material. I think the atmosphere is there, but it's very different from what we were doing. But it's also very cool that somehow the universe, the atmosphere is there, but it's a different artistic language. And I'm like, this is what is very intimate for me, that I'm going to see this having completely different mindset than the rest of the public. And then I hope that some of the public that maybe saw our piece many years ago that can also watch, let's say, like a new version of it, which is not a new version, it's some completely new artistic work that has been done by Cecilia and the team.
Peut-être une dernière question.
Maybe one last question. Maybe one last question before we open a discussion with the audience. The question of the impact of those reworkings. I can think of two impacts for curators. Bearing in, that is, if they saw the original piece, which we're not certain of, and the impact on the audience. I just want to put that question to you because we're talking about works that are no longer in production, that are no longer toured. So what kind of an impact do you think there can be with these new pieces, the context in which these new productions have been made? What does the audience know? Is it important that the audience know at least a little bit of it? Well, we're really at the beginning of the tour, so it's a bit tricky to tell you, but there are really beautiful things that have happened. So it's a very personal emotion for me. A member of the audience that came to see the show, and in the meantime, so that she had seen the original piece, and in the meantime she had children, and she came back to see the new production with her children. I could cry, really. It was very emotive. And people who haven't liked it, I rarely hear about. But from the inside, I would say that it's really the beginning. So the only thing I can do is to talk about what I felt for now. It was extremely striking. You know, it was a bit of a shock for me to see this work that we've really invested so much physically in, and to see it performed by someone else. That's a very emotive experience. We're talking about the works themselves. It's a bit delicate because as an author or a collective of authors, you might imagine that you sit around a table and you do something, but actually I think it's the opposite in terms of your sensitivity. You try to figure out what is the pre-existing work, how you can relate to it and how you can bring it to life. But looking at things completely differently, almost in reverse, and it really calls for a lot of humility, because we don't know what is the second life of the work is going to be. I don't know if you wanted to say something, Mathieu, because I know that there are works that are revisited by the CNAC that curators were able to see. Yes, when we performed that at Circus. So for question of visibility, we stopped doing that because there was a bit of a confusion between the end of year performances at the school and the way that it was put on in other venues. So it was a bit confusing for people who thought, oh, so is that a new work or not? But seeing young students who love this piece still, and they've given a second life to something, they've immersed themselves in the world of the piece, and that really works out. And I'd like to draw a comparison between Web 3.0 and the fact that the piece needs to be performed, it needs to be put on, it shouldn't be archived only. Of course, it needs to be protected in terms of intellectual property, but I think we can draw a comparison with performing arts. You have to show these pieces again so that they exist, so that people can see them. So we don't want these pieces to be archived and put somewhere on a shelf. It is part of our missions at the school and in many art centres. Maybe I'll give Antonia, did you want to respond on this? Or otherwise we give the floor to the audience. Eric, are you okay? So maybe before I give the floor to the audience, I'd like to tell you about Materia by Andrea Salustri, who's here in the audience, and we curated that piece, and they actually Andrea Salustri's work is still being produced. But alongside that, we also decided to show Uta Gavuzzo's reworking of Andrea's work. And I can bear testimony to the fact that the audience, if you explain to them that, okay, you're going to see a piece and then you're going to see a reworking of that piece, and they're able to gauge the gaps and differences. So here it's polystyrene, but it's a new approach. So just wanted to share that experience. When the new production is shown as the original work is still being performed, that opens up a wealth of possibilities. I'll give you the floor. I don't know if we have questions, and if you can say who the question is for, and wait for the microphone. Thank you very much. No? Yes? Yes, there's a microphone. Yes, hello. Team Beren. from the Cologne Festival, and I'm an artist myself. I have a question for Eric, maybe first. I think it's really interesting, that question. For artists, when we create, how do we document our work for the future? And with the Sphere, you've found this really nice format with a lot of letters. It's very generous, and I'm interested to know what was the feedback that you got from artists here or at the CNAC, at the school, when you reworked on these pieces. And maybe a second question, what is important for artists today in this idea of documenting the work? Were there key elements that were there in love letters or in other forms of documentation? What would you recommend to today's artists? How should they document their work? We got funding from Creative Europe by telling them that we would use a new technology. Blockchain is fundamentally it's a technology used for archiving. So the whole paradox was to decide what we were going to archive. Mathieu, you said it very well. It's about performing art that should be kept alive. It's not about archive being put in a crate or in a computer. So quickly we moved on to the idea of defending intellectual property. So using blockchain so as to defend the intellectual property and putting all your attention on generating loops of speculative generosity and deriving. I like this concept of speculative generosity. It's by giving a second life to these works that you can protect them best. So use technology to defend intellectual property and creating or trying to imagine channels for virtuous circulation. So love in love letters. The anecdote that Vincent was sharing with you, putting on the derived product of Utka following Andrea's, the production of Andrea's work. For the second panel of Digital Soul Protocol, we'll show you a short clip that is about this emotion that goes from one individual to another, that circulates around among artists and with the audience, with this dialogue between different pieces, different works, and the lineage between these works. So maybe we can discuss that further after showing the film. Maybe Mathieu, same as Tim, about what you could recommend. Feedback of artists.
Plaisir à traverser cette expérience parce que
there's some great pleasure in navigating this experience. Oftentimes they've forgotten a lot of the piece, to question the essence of the piece. It's very pleasing to do that among themselves. There's also the anxiety of passing on that work, and we have two artists here starting next week, and they are a little afraid because they think their humor will not work with younger people, with a younger audience. So it's a way to face also a new generation and how to pass on that heritage. Other questions maybe from the audience?
Bonjour, Delphine.
Good morning, Delphine Lançon. I had a question, something you mentioned several times, the notion of writing, of authorship. When you have a work which is still being performed and another work is being performed as a derivative, this is a sort of adaptation where you have one piece being played in different places by different teams. And I'm not sure who to ask this question, but how do you go about this? I think maybe Andrea might answer that question. For Andrea, it was a piece which was still being performed and also a derivative piece.
Call you out, but I think you are much better to answer this because you were finishing, you didn't have a premiere and you were giving your piece to another artist.
Hello. I feel when you are so deep inside of a creation and you're really caring about those questions, those research problems that you're dealing with all day, the gift of someone else taking on board the same research and going in another direction, it can just improve. So we're really not talking about adaptation, but it's a translation, it's a creative act. Like when you translate poetry from one language to another, you need to do creative choices and things goes in different direction and create new meaning. So this is really what happened between me and Utka and Maria and with the Sphere project. And I didn't feel at any time that someone was trying to remake, in the sense of redoing the same thing, my performance, but it was really growing the same seeds in a different garden, basically. Yeah.
Hi, Jarkko Lehmus from Circus in Helsinki. This is a general question. When we are talking about authorship and writing in these terms, what do you consider, this is for all of you, in short as possible, what do you usually consider your work to be? Is it the concept, the kind of idea behind it? Is it what was actually done, or is it something else?
Merci. Petite question.
Thank you. Well, it's difficult to answer quickly this wide question. I would say it depends on the shows we're talking about, the performances that are at stake. Maybe to answer this question, it might be a little out of kilter, but looking at the circus world, this was the idea was to think about the derivative aspect of reimagining works, the fact that the circus repertoire was forbidden in specific periods of time. Unfortunately, we cannot dwell on this, but this led to a distinction with the theatre, the world of theatre, the fact that the repertoire was forbidden, and how to transform this punishment as an opportunity. In a way, if we are all here today, well, it's because this was viewed in a positive manner. This means that the circus world was able to look beyond this ban, and they saw this as a massive opportunity in terms of choice, in terms of ways of doing, ways of working, authorships. And I think this is what we should focus on, the specificity of the circus and its freedoms. Well, I think this will conclude our panel discussion. And a few final words. We're opening here a new avenue, the issue of intellectual property. It was briefly touched upon in this conversation when talking about reimagining works. And the question here is what are we trying to protect in passing on those works. And also, Andrea, you talked about the translation of works, and I think it's a good manner of concluding this session. If we think of the works of Bruno Latour, the issues related to translation, transposition, there are so many terms that we've used differently to reformulate, to derivate, to reinvent, to reimagine in our different experiences here. For the circus world, there is a need to think about a specific repertoire inherent to the world of the circus. Thank you very much to all our panelists for this fruitful discussion and for your questions.
Thank you all for those precious inputs. We will now take a 15-minute break. There's some coffee at the entrance, and we will be back at 11:40 for the second panel. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. I think a few people are still at the back of the room. For the second panel, which will look at the interplay between the construction of an author's artistic identity and the development of new writing, I'd like to welcome on stage Delphine Lançon, Claudio Stellato, Antonia Kuzmanic. Thank you for your great implication in this European Day of Conferences. And Agathe Dumont, moderator.
Okay, so welcome back, everyone. So this roundtable will be in English, and if needed, sometimes we can also speak French, because our wonderful translator in the back can do both languages. And we can also speak Italian, Catalan, whatever you want. So I'm very happy to have a discussion with those three wonderful artists. And of course, we will also talk about your different roles as pedagogues, presenters, festival programmers, but also a mentor. So we will not only talk about artistic work, but also perhaps about pedagogies, about how we work at large. We will also try to discuss about opening new ways to question our responsibility also as artists to, as I said in the introduction, kind of move borders. How do we take care also of our artistic pathways, raising question on our training, but also raising question about where do we come from and how this influence also how do we work, and also a lot of question around this and how all the context of working, but how what I call our constellation, where we come from, have also an influence on how we can develop what we could call new writings. Perhaps it will be also a question about how do we learn, how do we have learned, but also how we unlearn to construct, to build something different. And as an introduction, I just wanted to share a short text that does not come from the circus field, but I think still it's very interesting to hear it. It comes from the visual art sector. So I teach now in the visual art sector, so now I share references from the visual art sector. And it's in a book that is called Uncertain Patterns, Motifs Incertains in French. And it's a collective book written by the collective Micro-Sillon, which is a very politically engaged Swiss collective, which was in charge of the master trends at the Fine Art School in Geneva in Switzerland. And I'm going to read it in English and then in French. So it's the break for the translators. Uncertainty is our best support for both action and imagining the future. It's a quote by Anne Snitow. We are living in a time of multiple uncertainties, and as Edgar Morin remarked, when thinking about the knowledge needed to educate for the future, if before the 20th century we believed in a future that was either repetitive or progressive, we have now discovered the loss of the future, that is, it is unpredictability. For Derrida, so only French philosophers, we are in the time of the maybe, and we have to let what was it to come, something that announces itself as impossible and which is unrepeatable. In this way, the emergence of a possible novelties Donc for Paulo Freire, a great pedagogue and thinker about pedagogy, previously unimaginable action that can be realized is made conceivable. Patterns, both in their form and in their repetition, become uncertain. This dialogical approach to pedagogy and art requires the teacher and the artist to develop a certain state of mind of ignorance to put themselves in a certain position of vulnerability. En français, donc ça commence par une citation d'Anne Snito. L'incertitude est notre meilleur aiguillon à la fois pour agir et pour imaginer un futur. Nous vivons une période d'incertitudes multiples et comme l'a remarqué Edgar Morin en pensant au savoir nécessaire à l'éducation du futur, si on croyait avant le XXe siècle à un avenir soit répétitif, soit progressif, nous avons à présent découvert la perte du futur, c'est-à-dire son imprédictabilité. Pour Derrida, nous sommes dans le temps du peut-être et nous devons laisser venir l'événement digne de ce nom, quelque chose qui s'annonçait comme impossible et qui est irrépétable. De cette situation découle... ça j'avais coupé en anglais, donc je le coupe en français. Ainsi, le surgissement d'inédits possibles, c'est-à-dire donc pour Freire, donc penseur et pédagogue, Paulo Freire, des actions auparavant inimaginables qui pourront être réalisées et rendues concevables. Les motifs dans leur forme, comme dans leur répétition, deviennent alors incertains. Cette approche dialogique donc, de la pédagogie et de l'art demande à l'enseignant comme à l'artiste de développer un certain état d'esprit d'ignorance, de se mettre dans une certaine position de vulnérabilité. So this is for our introduction. So possible, impossible, uncertainty. We're going to move around this also, talking about your work and where you come from and how do you work now. And perhaps to start the discussion, Delphine, you shared a video that was, I think, interesting to share. So it's a very short video. Perhaps do you want to say a few words to introduce it or after? After. Okay. C'est pas celle-là. This one.
Nou, dat was het dan. Nee, zo ziet het dus. Als je natuurlijk met de zon hebt, als er een wolk is, dan maakt zo'n wolk zijn eigen schaduwen. Waardoor het een zeer prachtige, plastische, echte wolk wordt. Dat is super, super gaaf.
So perhaps you could tell us what if you wish, where do those images come from, and perhaps also how they relate for you to our conversation.
Yes, hi everyone. Thank you for the invitation. This artist is a plastician called Berndorst-Smild. Sorry, it's very difficult to pronounce. Berndorst-Smild. And we didn't see the beginning of the video, but basically he's documenting something that he's done in several spaces, which is to create clouds indoor. And the reason I chose this video and also not the actual image, because then he makes amazing photos. You can look him up on the internet, like really beautiful pictures, still pictures. But the reason I wanted to show you this video is because the making of this cloud is something quite unique and marvelous and relates to a lot of things that you said. Is like, how do you make the impossible possible? And in a way, a lot of the circus endeavors that I've seen in many artists try in their own way, whether it is with risk or with a specific relationship with their apparatus or their specific relationship with the topic that they want to. There is something to about the boundaries that you're trying to expand and how you make yourself into this unique cloud for a moment that you cannot reproduce precisely. So if you were to think about the writing of this moment that we saw, what would make it a specific creator's writing? It's not the cloud itself because it will change the shape. So what is it? So I just wanted to open up with that.
Thank you very much. I think it's a very good image that summarizes what we have also talked all together. But perhaps we could start with the idea of the dialogue between different spaces. As we see here, it's a kind of a dialogue between two spaces that were not supposed to meet. So we talk about circus, of course, but how perhaps in your practices you explored also different borders, film, visual arts, different mediums, and how in your practices, artistic practices, did you connect those sectors, those other practices to circus? Can we move away from circus? In what ways? Do we need to reduce circus to a fixed identity, or do we need to explore also this idea of moving boundaries and always moving boundaries to be sure that we are in kind of a making new things possible? I don't know if one of you want to start with this. I know I've talked about it with the three of you, so. Antonia? Allez, let's start with Antonia.
So I can share that like one of the most interesting recent experience I have of this stretching the limits of what is circus and actually finding the inspiration in other places was with the hand-to-hand project that Delphine is also part of it. It's a Creative Europe project that we are finishing now in June. And the idea of how we started, Lepalk is the coordinator of the project, was to bring circus artists in relationship with another sector of work, which is the manufacture and the physical work. So we have identified 4 different industries or sectors. So in Champagne de Champagne, it's of course production of champagne. In Portugal, it was a production of bacalhau, fish. In Denmark, it was a connection with people that are building ships. And in Croatia, where I work, is the production of salt. And we can share a video, but I can just explain in just a shortly that we did a 2 weeks residency together, working with workers in the salt marshes in this, let's say, wasteland, but it is not waste, it's very populated with different animals and plants, where you produce salt. And it was a really an experiment how the workers that has zero information what circus is going to work with 2 female circus artists and what is going to be a product. It's also important to say that the project is not imagined in a way that it has to have a product. It's all about for the artists to experience something completely new, something that probably they will not part in the usual circus journeys they are taking, and how they can keep this experience inside of their body and inside of their artistic language. So in the project, we are not looking for finished performances. We are giving this, we are prototypes, which is kind of little work in progress, but not even this. It's kind of sharing their experience with public. Maybe we take a...
Yeah, perhaps, and after we can also discuss both your experience of the project.
Komt-ie. Ah, goed.
Well, thank you for this video. I think that different questions are raised here around how do we create and what is happening. It's about changing space so that it changes the way we work, changing the way we work because we don't have, as you said, a result, a production on stage, let's say, at the end, so where we are in a research process, and perhaps also changing the relationship to what is work in general, to people, to potential audiences. I don't know if you want to say something also about this project, perhaps Delphine, the hand-to-hand project. And
So in this project I was an artistic mentor, and so we accompanied with the 4 partners in 4 different countries, 8 artists, into a work of research about the artistic gesture, the workers' gestures, and ecology. So there were 3 main themes going through the whole of the process, which is a 2-year process with short times when everybody met all together, and then times of residencies that were a bit longer for the artists. I'm explaining the context because it matters, because it's always a question of the time you have. And it's very interesting that this question of, it's interesting the images, I hadn't seen this little video, so it's nice. And also it's interesting what happened specifically in Croatia with Perin, whom you see a lot, is that she totally dove into the relationship with the workers. All the 8 artists are very different, and everybody embodied the research in a very, very different manner. What is really interesting is the right to fail, which was also very contradictory within the artists themselves, because they know they have to show this work in festivals. And a lot of them, throughout the process, expressed the need of time, of slowing down, which is actually the name of the piece of this artist, which is Slow Down. And it was a reflection on the artistic production in general, on the world as the fact that it's going too fast, and that's how she managed to make something out of it, and I suppose that would be really interesting to see how she integrates this work in her body in a few years' time. Also, I think these works of research are so precious, and they're not easy to fund. They're not easy to take the time. But I think it's time we need to take in order to be able to question quite deeply why we are making this work of art. Yeah.
I think the question of the long-term effects is really also very important. And perhaps, I know, Claudio, when we discussed before, no, but I don't know, Antonia, if you add a thing on this project, but for me it opens other question.
One thing I can just say about and maybe Antonia can explain more, is the relationship that there was with the workers and the circus artists. I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, perhaps
and I think
you could say a few words about
you'll
this,
speak better about it.
How meeting other ways of working also changed the artistic work. I mean, it's
hard to explain because you have, it's an experience that you really need to be there to see it by yourself, because it's a very small team of only men workers. It's 4 of them plus the director, and they were first very shocked that we actually came in 6 in the morning, and we actually want to do the hard physical work of cleaning the mud from the pool with them. So this was a first really a shock, and they were all very too polite for circus artists. In the mean, they were like, no, it's all, it's dirty, you are all going to be in muddy after we work. Like, you just watch and observe, and then after 30 minutes they were, oh yeah, do it, you bring this there, then you go, and there it was. They really soon realized that we are like colleagues for a couple of days. And then it was really like a social experiment for me, because I was the one speaking Croatian with them, and then I was translating, and then some of them were speaking English with the artists. For me it was really a journey how long they will take to open up. And then after drinking beers with them in 10 in the morning because it's a break, they really open up. And then by the 6th day we were friends, and I know all the relationship problems, marriage problem, kids problem, all the problems, political problems. But it was really an amazing experience for me to remind myself who is not my audience and who it will be really great to have them in the audience for the circus. And also to remind me as a producer a role to really nurture these moments of experience for the artist and nurture the moment of risk and exploration and trying something new and really finding a way to have money to do this without the obligation to have a finished product, like a result. And I think actually maybe even because I still work in Croatia and in the region of ex-Yugoslavia, it's even maybe more opportunities to create these experiences because we have less funding, but then because the funding is so small, then we have a little bit more freedom, I will say, in a way. So it was really a great reminder how important it is to unlearn or to give different experiences to the artists and new inspiration moments.
Thank you. Well, drinking beers is always an important part of the artistic process, but it's not the topic of the round table, so we can move on. And it makes me think about a book that it called Work by Stuart Terkel. He was a journalist and he published it in the late 60s, beginning of 70s in the US, and it was translated in French a few years ago, I think. And it's a kind of a repertoire of different people talking about their work, and there are no artists. It's a receptionist, a doctor, a lot of different workers that talk about their work. But in a way, in a lot of those testimonies, it talks about artistic work. So we can see also about how its relationship to work are also complex, and perhaps meeting other workers is also ways to open. So we see how spaces can change the way we work and artistic kind of results in a way. But there is also perhaps the way we work, the rules that we give ourselves to work. So I know, Claudio, we discussed the idea, and I think Delphine and Antonia, you might also have things to say about this, on when we change the rules of how do we organize work in a residency, in a creative process, it also changes what we see in the final on stage, or perhaps not, if we don't have any results on stage, but perhaps what condition tools can enable a displacement also in our artistic practices, because as artists we decide also to change the organization of work, or how do we relate to work?
Yeah, I was in a point of my life that I didn't know how to change or to change my results. So I said, well, I don't have very good ideas, for the dossier, this stuff. And I said to myself that maybe I had to change the process and not the idea or the concepts or all these things, no? So in this moment, I'm trying to change the way of how I spend the time in a studio with my colleagues. All the rules, or the fact that maybe I have to be the animator of the day. So to destroy all these kind of rules, I'm thinking that if I change how I'm using the time, maybe the results will change automatically. So we have new, I don't know, we try some stuff when we work. We are together, maybe we don't meet each other for all the weeks, but we are in the same place, we can work everywhere, we can be used by everybody in the space when everybody wants. at the end of the week or 2 weeks, maybe we don't have nothing and it's okay, it's very good. Also, we are in this aptitude of nothing is very good. Yeah. Of course, if we work in this way, you need a lot of time, because nothing, more nothing is nothing. It's an I'm experimenting. I cannot tell you what it will be the results. We will see. I was asking also what I do in my free time. No, if I change what I do in my free time, maybe I will change as a human being. So.
Oh, big project.
Oh yeah, but and for this reason, I try to apply these rules in what I do in my life, to destroy all what we learn from other choreographer and way of working, and all this story. You know, you create a kind of routine even if you don't want. So maybe by destroying the routine, and about the space is also important. This I did in the past. When I was bored about the indoor, I start to work in the nature, because the scenography changed a lot there. When I was bored about outdoor, I tried to learn with workers. Because the place where I work modify my mind. So, for example, black walls are not very inspiring. I mean, but sometimes you need these black walls or a place like this. And it's true that if you take something that works outdoor, you bring indoor, you don't change nothing. It's the same thing, but the thing become art. No, this morning I was in the metro in Paris, coming here, and I saw very good stuff. That you take it as it is and you put it just here, and it's impressive art. You just take it and you put it here. You don't need to work a lot. You copy. You copy the metro Paris.
New ways of working. So no, but I think perhaps Delphine also you could share with us the different ways you worked with Circus, through Circus.
Yes.
Against Circus, perhaps that's how.
Oh, against Circus, no. I love Circus too much.
No, but in the idea of also experiencing Circus through different ways of creating, through different medias also.
Yes. I think I will share something a bit broader about attitude, which relates also to what Claudio is saying. Is I think I try in my life to always be enough of a beginner. So I will always make myself uncomfortable, not in a sadistic way, but more in I will take new risks. And I think that is why I fell into circus, because this notion of risking and coming anew, I find vivid and alive in most of the circus, not all the time, because sometimes circus can also be very conventional. And that's where maybe I go against circus in that case, and then I go and travel somewhere else. I try to become a dancer at 45, and maybe I come back to circus and I will walk on a line with Olivier de Belloir at 5 meters high, which I've never done before. So I try to put myself at risk, not in danger, but at risk. This is very concrete and physical, but literally sometimes it goes into plastic arts and transformation and becoming, working on being an animal. I mean, this is very varied, but that's my life as a performer, I mean. But also as a creator, I always try to make my gaze new. So I will really, there's one word I really like in French, I don't know whether it's the same in English, it's perlaboration, perlaborating, which in a way is similar and different from what you were saying, Claudio, which is working around. So sometimes we try to work on the thing itself, and we cannot, we hit walls, we're trying to make it perfect with everything that we know how to do, and then we forget, and we are new to what we're doing, we don't know what's going to happen, and something happens. And so, for instance, sometimes it can be doing some water paint, or going for a walk, or cutting images, or doing something completely different, meeting workers, talking to someone in the tube. I mean, I don't know, it's very possible to go in different ways. And then how do you frame this so that it becomes something that you want to share? And then we'll speak about the sharing and the audience later, because for me that's a very important notion, is how you share with an audience, because you don't make art just for yourself, you make it to share. But this we'll talk later.
Yeah, perhaps before coming, of course, we will come to this question of making all what we're talking about visible, because this is also the goal of creating art forms. But perhaps on this idea of, you talked about working around, I think the image is working around, travailler autour. I think this image is very interesting. We also talked, I know, with Antonia on how, okay, we can have sometimes some radical experiments, some experimentation, but how are they accompanied by the ecosystem, by the outside world or not? Should there be, or it's a tension between, are we kind of are we in experimental form that are alternative, also in the way they create, they work, they share things, etc., or it's different? We said with Antonia, it's different. There is a difference between becoming institutionalized when we are in more experimental approaches, and having an accompaniment that follow kind of new rules that we try to build. I don't know if you want to discuss also, because you have a role as an artist, but you're also a presenter, or you're also you are a jury for Circus Next, for example, so you also sometimes accompany artistic works.
When we had the discussion preparing this meeting, I was thinking about that I feel that coming from this region that is on the periphery of Circus, which is the southeast of Europe, of Balkan, I don't know how we want to call it. I think it's not only talking about Roman 100 practice, it's about also the other collaborators like Circorama, Jadranka is here, and people from Belgrade, that we actually, the starting point is kind of creating utopia for circus artists, and then trying to figure out actually what is possible in the frame that we are giving from this region, like how we can be very flexible with the funding that we are having, and also really accompanying artists and not giving them enough freedom to do what they want, but also making sure that we don't lose the funding, because we are the pillars of developing circus in this region. But I really think that maybe these three organizations really have this basic rule that is even unwritten and unsaid between us and unspoken, that we really want to have this utopia world for the circus artists to emerge and to create and to explore why they are actually circus artists and what they want to share. And I think this is something that we should all keep in mind, that it's great to have big funding, but I think there is a danger of being too much institutionalized, I think is the English word, and there is a bit of losing the freedom. I can give an example of my Laika, which we shared the journey of Circus Next. They were also the laureates in 2010. For me, they are a well-known French company. I don't know if you share this experience, but they managed to really keep this punk universe they have, this really being provocative, radical, always doing something new, but also being able to live from circus art, being able to tour. And every time I see them, it's the same team. I mean, there is new person, but the core of the company is the same. I see the relationship there, I see them growing, and every time I'm amazed by what they are bringing to the stage. And for me, they are a really good example how you can still be alternative, but also part of the game.
But you were also saying, Claudio, when we discussed that being out of a format was not that easy. You said to me, if you are out of format, it requires a maximum of personal strength and a lot of much more implication, more time, more space. So it's not that easy also to be in those spaces.
I'm agree with Antonia. Yeah.
Good point.
It's tricky, because it's true that less money, more freedom. But we can also say more money, no, more research. But with money, you want a result that day, and not the day that I will be ready. You want the results that day with money. So it's tricky, because when you have a deadline, you already are thinking to the deadline. You have to be ready that day. You will be not ready when you will be ready. Less money you have, more you have to suffer. No, it's true. You have to be ready to, like my Leica, to build your tent, put down your tent, bring it there, work, not paid, because it's tricky, but in this sector, the freedom brings you to work a lot for free. But it's true that in research, in medicine or in things, there is money for the research that brings to new results. So, do we have the same amount of money of a big pharma enterprise or Coca-Cola? I don't know. To search for a new... There, the money is good money. So with the less than that we have, we try to do things, but it's a lot on our free time, I think, the pure research. And this is also selective, because there is people that has the strength to stay there, and people not, and this is not okay.
Yeah, and you also said that if I want to do a performance in the wood and not in the stage, I mean, it's all the time and the work that is needed to do this will be also the artist will hold everything, because this movement, this displacement is not that much accompanied by the institutions.
Yeah, in this moment, I was with schools in the last 2 years, and young people they tell me a lot that they want to perform in unusual spaces, destroy the frontal form, and perform in old industries. But the organization that invite them is not ready to put all the money that will transform this place in a security place for the audience. And of course, they don't know that, in fact, to be unusual costs a lot of money, in fact.
This can be the...
But if you give your free time and you are ready to be there instead of the technician of the place and build everything yourself, you will do it. I mean, it's a reality that you can destroy the form, but in fact you want a stage. You want to destroy the form, but I want the audience with the super view. I want to destroy the space, but I want LED lights that move electronically. No, it's not. No. So if you destroy the space, you won't destroy the rules. You have to destroy also your. Also your expectation. Yeah.
This is called a revolution.
No.
No.
No. It's.
No, I don't.
There is a gap now between what you study in school and what and the day after the 1st of July.
Yeah.
Voilà, there is a 30th of June and tac, and it's 1st of July.
Well, but it was also what I was saying in the introduction. How can we learn uncertainty? And we don't learn uncertainty in schools, in our schools in general, no? And specifically in circus schools.
Yeah.
Perhaps. Delphine, you wanted to add something?
No, I say take the money and run. So no, I mean that in a nice way. I mean, I mean, make everything you research. Like, if people are not used to see research, then let's learn together or unlearn together how we can watch research, how we can watch things that are unfinished. It's difficult. I mean, we saw it in the hand-to-hand project. We are constantly challenged with people's expectations, the artists' expectations, the venues' expectations, the audience's expectations, the possibilities, the impossibilities. It's a lot of factors. Same thing with the schools. And as for uncertainty, I mean, I'm sorry, we are in an impermanent world. It's a fact. So, and it's about the money. Money is going to run out anyway. We know that now. At the moment, in France, we're going ahead towards a crisis. So how do we make that an instrument for more creativity, more solidarity, and be bold, audacious, and try things out that we have never tried before? But I don't think we should only, I mean, but I think we should strive to get enough money to be able to live well. I don't think we should just be the syndrome of the poor artist. I think we should ask for the money, and not be comfortable with the money, and try to communicate with the people who are making with us, like venues, all collaborators. How do we work together to be creative together? Producers, artists, venues can also be creative in what they offer to us artists.
I don't know if you want to add something, Antonia, on what has been discussed, or because I wanted to share a video because I think it's an illustration of what we are saying. It's a film that I like a lot by Sylvain Prenenec, who is a French choreographer. It's called 48e Parallèle, 48th Parallel. And he explored the line around the Earth, 48e Parallèle. And the film is only about him walking and exploring this space and being basically lost in this space. And it's a film by Sophie Lally and Ryan Kernos for the sound creation. And it's a dance film, I think. I'm not sure. I don't know what it is, but it's just a man walking in a big space and just exploring by walking this space. And it's for me kind of a metaphor also of being kind of lost in the space and
fouetter torse, nuque, tête avec un léger et régulier mouvement de l'avant-bras.
Then there is the stage version where he performs what he has experienced in this space on stage based on his sensations.
Des escadrilles de moustiques agressifs, intrépides et sournois attaquent.
Sorry, I don't want to. Well, I will not show it the entire video, but the installation is beautiful. We have a 4-screen installation with different images, and he really took time. I think he went to explore this space for 3 or 4 months, and then he came back and said, "Okay, now I have to do something on stage." And interesting because I did when we saw the images of the film and what we see on stage, it's quite different. And I think the process of being lost in the landscape for 3 months, it's perhaps much more interesting than the piece on stage in a way.
So I don't know if you have, it phrase any reflection, or also perhaps it opens the question of how do we share a long-term process? How do we share experimental processes? You say in the hand-to-hand project there is no results. So basically the documentation of the project is perhaps those type of videos, and it's interesting, but we also know that the market, the economy, there is a result.
It's not supposed to be a result, but there is something you can see.
Yeah.
In the festivals, each of the artists have crafted a sort of 20-minute prototype.
Okay, so we're always in those questions of what can we share, what do we show, what do we choose to hide also perhaps, what is made visible, and also considering the rules of the market and the reality of the market, because as you say also, Delphine, the idea is also to be able to live from our creation. So perhaps we can open also to audiences and perhaps to this question of how do we share. I don't know if one of you want to start on this topic. Do you want to read or perhaps, yeah? Delphine brought us a beautiful text on audiences. I will let you perhaps introduce the context.
I will introduce the context, and I will be reading from my phone, I'm sorry. I didn't have time to print it. Just to explain, I went to see the show of a show in Avignon, and I was sat down next to of Chloé Moglia and Maëlle Poésie. And I was sat down next to a man, and we saw the whole show together. And we started chatting for some reason. I don't know. He was particularly nice. And he said, I've seen every show in Avignon in the Festival Inn since for the last 15 years. And I went, what? And he's just an audience member. He's not a professional. He's not an artist. He's not into the. He's actually working as a headmaster in a high school in Brittany. He's called Daniel Le Gohan, and he was approached by Jérôme Bel to write his experience as a spectator and to share that in the cours d'Avignon, in the cours d'honneur d'Avignon. So there was something quite special about the way he. So he actually even bought a house next to Avignon so that he can see all the shows. So, and why I found this piece so interesting? It's about 13 pages. I'm not going to read the 13 pages. Don't worry. I'll read a very short extract, but I'm giving you the context. Is because we all are concerned about whom we're sharing our works with for very good reasons, artistic reasons, human connections, financial reasons, I mean, all of that. And we're all wondering who will watch what we do. And I thought it was very interesting, and sometimes as a pedagogue, I share some of this text to the artists I accompany, because we sometimes forget that as an audience, we see everything. And when we put ourselves in the shoe of someone who is watching a show, everything makes some sense. And sometimes we're looking for a writing in our pieces, and actually the audience has written something else in their minds. And so to have this relationship in between what people see, or this awareness of what people see and how we are making it a dialogue, I found interesting. So I'll read just a short extract of a piece that he saw. He saw many pieces, and for those who are interested, I'm sure we can provide the whole text. Sorry about that, I will go into it very quickly. So the show, I will read it both in French and English, and what I will do, if that's all right with you, is I'll do translation as I go along, not read the whole thing, and if I can find the text, obviously. Sorry, it's not very, very audience-friendly what I'm doing.
But there was a show by Jérôme Bel that played in Avignon where it was called Cours d'honneur, and what it was spectators coming on stage and telling about their experiences of shows they have seen in Avignon. And some of their experiences were traumatized, some of them were overwhelmed, some of them it was their first experience. And so, as usual in the shows by Jerome Bell, it is very written, the dramaturgy is very precise, all the gestures, the words, but in a way it was also giving the floor to the audiences about their experience of the stage, and it was really interesting.
Yeah. And so this experience I've chosen to share is the one when he saw the show Child by Boris Chermatz. Donc lorsque le spectacle Enfant de Boris Chermatz s'ouvre à la nuit tombée sur la cour d'honneur en 2011, when the show Child by Boris Chermatz opens, when the night is falling in the cour d'honneur in 2011, adult bodies are laying on the floor. Des corps adultes jonchent le sol. Sont-ils endormis? Are they asleep? Sont-ils morts? Are they dead? Of course they're dead. Bien sûr qu'ils sont morts. Des corps endormis se réveillent et ceux-là sont inertes et ont besoin d'être réanimés. Some sleeping bodies are waking up and these ones are laying with lifeless and need to be animated. Il y a donc, semble-t-il, pas de vie sur la scène. So it seems there is no life on stage. Yes, there is. La grue se met en branle. How do you say la grue in English? The crane, thank you so much. The crane starts to move. The crane moves its head. La grue se lève la tête, se tourne à gauche et à droite. It turns right, it turns left. It looks at us almost. Elle nous regarde presque. It is the only alive being on stage at the beginning. Is the world exterminated? C'est le seul être vivant de la scène au départ. Le monde s'est-il exterminé? Is the world dehumanized so that only a machine can appear as alive? Est-ce que le monde s'est déshumanisé pour que seule une machine puisse apparaître comme vivante? Avons-nous laissé les humains s'exterminer? Have we let humans be exterminated? Est-ce alors à nos enfants que nous demandons de nous sauver? Is it for our children then to save us? Et tout ça part du fait que le titre véhicule déjà énormément de sens. Donc le spectateur rentre et dit enfant. The audience members enters with the word child in his mind, and then he sees only adult bodies. That's it. I just wanted to share that. So, because we have a machine of narratives, we keep narrating things for ourselves. So sometimes very little happening on stage is a lot for an audience member.
I don't know if on this idea of audiences, if you want to share also experiments, or because it's part also of the job of being an artist to sometimes discuss with audiences. So an author's approach is also a dialogue with audiences. You always are in this dialogue. And in a way, how do you want to meet them? How do we meet them? What are the conditions in which we meet audiences? So I don't know if you want to talk about this. But well, how this question of audiences is presenting you the way you work, perhaps, and the ways you want to relate also to audience, you want to meet them, and how also can we, in changing processes of writing shows, of sharing shows, how this also is a question.
For me, the audience is the most important. Even if I decide to do something completely extreme, it's my work to find a way to get to them. I don't want to ask to them to be more intelligent, because me, I am artist. It's my work as an artisan, a crafter, to find the tricks to and transform my complicated mind in something accessible. Or it's better that I don't show what I do. If you decide that you need people watching you, it's my work to find the key. Yeah. And of course, it depends also where you perform. Sometimes you perform in street festival, places for free, where the audience is every kind of audience, it's not theater audience. And there are a specific language based sometimes on strength, on work, that get to all the people. There's some other kind of arts that are a bit more tricky to get to everybody. But personally, I want to, I always say, if I get to my mother, I will get to everybody. So if my mother like what I do, I'm okay. It's my reference for even in something super hardcore or extreme stuff. But yeah. Well.
But you were saying, Antonia, when you were talking about the hand-to-hand project, that those workers that you had met in Croatia, they were not specifically circus audiences, and you said, but how could they, in a way, become also part of this being? Because there is, there is a lot of social reason, of course, but in a way, isn't it the responsibility also of artists, presenters, to, as Claudio said, find the keys so that contemporary art is not identified as something floating in the clouds and not accessible for anyone. And it can be complex and artistically deep and experimental still.
I mean, it's a complex question. I think there is kind of shared responsibility between the artists to actually really know for whom they are creating. For example, like I recently started working with students, and they so easily answer the question for whom this performance it is, and they say, for everybody. I mean, it's not for everybody, and like I think there is I'm not really a right person to speak anything in relation with circus education, but just working with emerging artists, I think there is a much bigger thoughtful thinking that has to be done before deciding for whom you are writing this piece or for whom you are performing it. Then I think there is a responsibility, a bigger responsibility on producer of like festival organizers to understand for whom they are doing their festival. Is it for themselves, which is nice, or it's actually for the audience, and then to find where their audience is. For example, like the next edition of festival that we are doing is changing again, and I know that it's, for most of my colleagues, it's always a shock when they learn the festival is always in different time and in different place, and you don't have this tradition. But for me, I don't care about that tradition. I care about finding my audience, and for this edition in April, because there is no venues in the city, which is a long story, never mind. But actually what we are doing is that we are moving from the more center position to the outskirts of the city, because there is a majority of population living there. It will be super nice to be in the city center because it's more convenient and the landscapes are nicer. But actually there is no people. So why to create a festival which is for large audience, it's not specific, when there is nobody there? So what we are doing as an organizer, that we are taking the responsibility to finding the audience, and then we are co-writing with hand-to-hand artists their prototypes to fit our particular propositions. And I think this is the thing that sometimes festivals are created without thinking deeply about the audience. And this particular situation in Croatia with the residency in this little town of Ston was a reminder that majority of population is actually not our audience. And there is like some very bizarre small percentage, like 2% of people actually being part of a cultural life. So there is much more responsibility on the festivals or like producers of cultural seasons to find where the audience is and to come to the audience and not expect that the audience comes to them. And I think there is these places are like something that is not so research, and there is a lot of possibilities in the writing for the Creative Europe and finding really a good funding to actually a circus which is already on a periphery of performing arts to find their audience that is also on the periphery of performing arts audience, like really to find a connection.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's really interesting to have this reflection on centers and peripheries also in the way we work, the way we address our works, the way we look at works, and perhaps this will be also something we will discuss this afternoon. Time runs a little bit, of course, as usual, so I don't know if you have anything that you want to add on what we have discussed so far. We talked about a lot about, we talked about how do we learn, how do we unlearn, and I think the question of schools and how people are trained was also something underlying our discussion, because of course schools create norms and it's difficult afterward to unlearn what we have learned in schools. Perhaps we could open also a little bit, we don't have a lot of time, but to the audience, if you're okay with this, if they have questions, or if you're already too hungry to have questions, which is possible. Thank you for the light. It's never an obligation, huh? No, I think because you were so excellent speakers, no one has questions. Well, Jarko. No, it's okay.
Do you think, again, personal artistic question, not a general one. Do you think that it is a prerequisite to know the history of the art form to be able to create something new?
You have 2 hours to discuss this.
To be honest, in short, I think no. No, I don't think so. I think there's no prerequisite to creation. Then how the person who creates is accompanied in his or her work. And the interesting thing about knowing, I find it's not only about knowing the history of art, it's about living, and it's about knowing all forms of art and being in tune with something of the creation of not knowing what you're going to do next. It can be interesting to know things. It can be burdening to know things.
I can share what is going on in Ruben 100 Collective, because there is Jakov, who is never there. I think majority of people don't know that he exists. He is my colleague and me. And this is a big topic between two of us, because he doesn't want to see anything. And when I asked him, and because I had this very romantic idea that we were shared traveling between two of us, and that the selection for the festival will be between two of us, and he never wants to travel. And when I asked him, why you don't want to travel and see other people, and I'm still an artist. I will still like to create a circus performance, and I don't want to be contaminated with other people's great ideas, which I think is very valid. Then on the other hand is me that is seeing a lot of things and is trying to see as majority of things. And then when he started creating, because we are now in the process of creation, I'm like a corrective for him if he is proposing something that has been done before or is too similar. So I think it can be done in this way, but I agree with Delphine that it can be a burden to know too much. But my personal opinion, really like me, that you have to know too much to be an artist today. And I think it's a good thing. And sometimes when I'm speaking with emerging artists, I'm like trying to push them in the direction, but don't go see only circus performance, go see everything, a graphic, comic exhibition, crazy experimental performance of 12 hours, like really try to get as much different inspiration there it is for you. But I don't know what is the right, let's see what is the right answer to this.
Claudio, do you want to add something? Everything agrees, it's wonderful, but there is we talked about Boris Charmat's Enfant, child, and in one of his books that is called Je suis une école, I am a school, he says the training of a dancer is not only about dancing, it's also about going to the museum. And perhaps it's more about going to the museum. So I think it's also how do we move borders of what do we need to know and what are the legitimate knowings and know-hows and what are the ones that you also learn from your experience in different field? Conclusion.
Just a quick thing, because I think the title at the beginning was the interplay between the construction of authors' artistic identities and the development of new writings. And I think authors' artistic identities, if we take that as a prerequisite, I think it's how you build yourself as a human. So it's who you are as a human. And the more I grow older, not so much, but just a bit, you know, the more I'm interested in people and other people and how they live and how I live and how we interconnect and what will be exciting for us to share together. Because I like people, but even if I didn't like people, it's like who I am as a person, and it's more mysterious, and we don't really know the contours of it. But of course, everything that feeds us can be good, whatever it is.
Well, thank you very much, all of you. And I was thinking that as an art teacher, I'm always asking my students to give some references, and what are your references, and you need to see things and situate yourself in an art history, and I think now that it's totally unnecessary, so I will stop doing this, and yeah, and this is the conclusion of the round table. No, no, but it's more about being able to have tools to bring a critical response also to institutions and to other people watching, because this is what we are trying to build also if we talk about unlearning. Any words of conclusion from one of you, or? Yes, Claudio, you have the mic. You need to conclude.
So lunch is ready, I think.
Lunch is ready. I think Asma has a few last words to say. So thank you, everyone, and thank you to all three of you for the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you all for this very enriching conversation. So it's now time for the lunch break. I hope you had a good lunch break. So let's launch the second half of this European Joint Conference with our third panel on the role of presenters in the emergence of new forms of writings and the issue of shared risks with artists, authors. I switch to French. Ce panel sera mené en anglais pour les gens qui voudraient se munir de casques pour la traduction simultanée. I have with me on stage Tim Beren, Caroline Sota, and Agathe Dumont. I leave the floor to you.
Well, thank you, and welcome to this new roundtable. So we have Tim Beren, who works as a choreographer, circus artist, and curator, and you're the director, artistic director of the company Overhead Project, and you graduated from a circus school, and you're also head of the Circus Dance Festival in Cologne, and Caroline Sota, who has been working in the field of performing arts, culture for the past 14 years, and specifically contemporary circus and street arts, street performing arts. And you worked, you had different roles in the circus sector or in the performing arts sector. And now you work as je n'ai plus ton titre exact. Cultural attaché at the French Institute in Serbia since September 2023, and you're also the coordinator of the Theatroscope program, and you will probably talk about it later. So let's start. So we're gonna kind of build a relationship between also the two roundtables. So the idea here was also to discuss differently about how do we see artistic works and how those new writings emerge and in what conditions. And I wanted to start with another text. I'm the text provider today, which is from an art historian which is called Daniel Arras, a French art historian. And it's a text about how do we look. And it's Daniel Arras is a fundamental theorician in the field of visual arts, but I think, again, what he says is very relevant also for performing arts. And this text is in the form of a letter that Daniel Arras writes, addresses to one of his fellow art historian colleague, talking about how they look at artworks in different ways. So same thing, I will read it in English and in French. So the text is in French originally. So the text starts with Cara Giulia, and this Giulia is a fake character. It's not a real person. We have the same passion for painting. How is it that when it comes to interpreting certain works, we can be so far apart? I don't claim that works have only one meaning and that there is only one right interpretation. Gombrich, another art historian, said that, and you know what I think, what concerns me is rather the kind of screen made of text, quotation, and external references that you seem to, there is something missing in the text in English, that you seem to, at all cost, at certain moments, to want to interpose between yourself and the work, a kind of filter, a kind of sun filter that would protect you from the brilliance of the work and preserve the acquired habits in which our academic community is founded and recognizes itself. Perhaps that's the essence of what separates us. It seemed that if you start from the text, that you need the text to interpret the paintings, as if you don't trust your eyes to see, nor the paintings to show you on their own what the painter wanted to express. Alors, en français, nous avons la même passion pour la peinture. Comment se fait-il qu'au moment d'interpréter certaines œuvres, nous puissions être aussi loin l'un de l'autre? Je ne prétends pas que les œuvres n'auraient qu'un seul sens et qu'il n'y en aurait donc qu'une seule bonne interprétation. Ça, c'est Gombrich qui l'a dit et tu sais ce que j'en pense. Donc Gombrich, historien de l'art. Non, ce qui me préoccupe, c'est plutôt le type d'écran, fait de textes, de citations et de références extérieures que tu sembles à tout prix, à certains moments, vouloir interposer entre toi et l'œuvre. Une sorte de filtre solaire qui te protégerait de l'éclat de l'œuvre et préserverait les habitudes acquises dans lesquelles se fonde et se reconnaît notre communauté académique. C'est peut-être là l'essentiel de ce qui nous sépare. On dirait que tu pars des textes, que tu as besoin des textes pour interpréter les tableaux, comme si tu ne faisais confiance ni à ton regard pour voir, ni au tableau pour te montrer. De même, ce que le peintre a voulu exprimer. So perhaps it seems a bit far from what we're discussing, but it's also a kind of an answer to what we were discussing before lunch on audiences and how do we look. But I think that this question of how do we look is quite close to what we want to discuss today. Of course, this roundtable will not only be on how do we look at artworks, but also, and perhaps a bit more, on how we create the condition for artworks to be seen. So therefore, we will again talk about how do we work, how do we make things possible, like this morning for new writings, but this time from a different point of view, so presenters and institutions. This is why, to relate also this idea of how do we look and how do we work on looking at artworks and sharing them to audiences, which is in a way your job, but in a very different way. I've asked everyone to come with a memory or something, an artwork that was particularly important for them, because it was important for them as audiences, but also perhaps from their professional point of view, because this artwork raised questions, interrogations. So we will start from this today, from our look as audiences, and then move on to how do we also work with what we see and the idea of how do we see artworks. Who want to start? The exercise of the day. Alors, vas-y. Non, il n'y a pas de slide.
Is it working? Yeah. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you very much, Circus Next, for invitation. Very strong memory of a show was La Forteresse du Sourire, Smile Fortress by Kuro Tanino, Japanese director. I've seen it in Théâtre de Gennevilliers 3 years ago in the frame of Festival d'Automne, Autumn Festival. It was a theater play, so Kuro Tanino is a psychiatrist at first, and he's very also focused on scenography, so his plays are very cinematographic visually, so there is a very strong also focus on the atmosphere, like visual atmosphere, and it's about, it's 2 flats that you see like, as if one building was cut and you see 2 flats next to each other. In one flat there is fishermen talking about their daily job, and in the other flat there is a family, so the grandmother is sick and the father and granddaughter are taking care of the grandmother. And it was very, very strong, very Japanese. What overwhelms me of Japanese culture is very small things, and you say everything in very small details. So yeah, it was overwhelming.
A strong memory, thank you. And perhaps we see you already said it was on stage at the theater in Gennevilliers in France, but you talk immediately about like in a film or a photography, so we see immediately that the references also to other mediums is important, as it can be theater, but still the reference to a movie, to film, to images can be strong. Perhaps, Tim, do you want to?
Yes, I'm also happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation. Yeah, I brought Julian Vogel with me in my mind. I guess many of you know him, and maybe we can start with a little video, because I brought, and we will watch 1 minute of the beginning of a documentary that Circus Dance Festival, the festival I'm directing in Cologne in Germany, and we produced about several artists, for example, also about Claudio Stellato, who was already here, but Julian Vogel, Laura Murphy, and others. And the idea is it's maybe also one of our tools to make visible how circus creation functions and how different artists work. So I thought, when you asked me that question, I thought, great, then let's have a look at the work of Julian Vogel for a minute. That's the photo.
It started in the kitchen.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I brought this work of Julian Vogel. It somehow maybe also connected a bit to some thoughts of the philosophy of Circus Dance Festival. So first of all, what I find here interesting and why I brought this is like here we see an artist at work, and we would not say he's a circus artist. That's here he is in his creation center, where he makes this porcelain china. He uses this term china, which is the English word for porcelain, a specific sort of ceramic. And here he's working. So, and I find this striking, like when I think of Diablo, and when I talk about his work and tell people about him, then I think, okay, he's a Diablo artist, circus artist at the base, but he does this objects out of China, and this is something that we would not automatically bring together. And I think this is in itself, that's for me a very strong potential of specific circus works maybe that are not automatically like put in this category of circus, that they question circus in itself already. So that this can be circus, working around objects and the materiality. Yeah, this I found something very special, and that's maybe also where circus dancers were looking for this kind of works that question circus. And yeah, this is one work that does it very strongly. There's maybe also, I will add a few thoughts about this work. I found very interesting, like there's a tendency in the moment of like circus works to getting more into museums. So this is one direction. What happens like in another institutional context. So there's circus works that are perceived as a form of fine arts, or there is like here Julian does it also using tools of another disciplines of fine arts and bringing it in the circus context. So there's often these two directions. And this is also very interesting. We find it in a lot of circus works is playing with these other formats of another discipline. For example, here doing a durational work or an installation. So that means already seeing a circus work, maybe often there is the expectation from the audience that it happens in a collective setting. So either in a black box or another sort of theatrical space where we're sitting together and we have this collective moment. And in the museum we have a different temporality, so more individualized experience. We can walk in the space as we like, and we can spend as much time watching as we like. And so already playing with this, that a circus work changes the format, I find also something interesting because it already changes some expectations.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we're already talking about circulations and moving borders and seeing that sometimes some spaces where we show artworks can be identified as a museum, performing arts festival, and sometimes we have in-between spaces, and sometimes we work also across disciplines. We're not, and this shows how the question is complex and how identities also can be moving. And I also played the game of working on my own specific memory, and I brought you Matthew Barney, which is a visual artist actually, but when I saw his installation in Fondation Cartier in Paris, I couldn't say what it was. Was it an art? It was a museum, so as you said, I could spend any time, a long time if I wish, but it was a film, so it has a beginning and an end, like in a performance, so in a way it could also have been that I start the film at 2 p.m. and then it's over, like in a performance. And the images in the film were something that it could be circus, it could be dance. And the film, the installation is called Secondary. It's and Matthew Barney worked on the memory of a American football game where a player was shocked at the head and had a concussion. And it was a strong memory from his when he was a teenager and he was playing American football. And he did this movie with old dancers, but very athletic body moving in a space, and the film mixes images of those bodies and images of his studio also. So working with a lot of materials as we have seen in those images. And the final object is so strange that for me it's impossible to put it in a category. And it could be in your festival, for example. You can invite Matthew Barney. I can show you only the trailer because I don't have anything more, and the trailer is not as old trailers, very interesting.
I can just add also my memories of seeing the first documentations of the first works, or one of the works of Matthew Barney, where he made like the act of painting, a physical one, no, like jumping on the trampoline, trying to paint the ceiling. So there's also a connection, with the physicality that we share in circus and in dance, and also in other art forms, of course.
It's very short and it's a trailer, so. So yeah, here we are. So you need to see the work to... Je vais revenir en arrière pour qu'on ait les images après. Voilà. Let's start. Let's have this. So I think that each of us choose an example to show how do we look is not in. We don't look through categories. We look through our experience. So my first question would be how this can be translated in the way you work. Both in kind of institution, a festival, an institution, a cultural institution, where, of course, we are always confronted to moving borders, to reinventing new ways of sharing art forms, of supporting new writings in different fields, like we see dance, circus, visual arts, etc. So my first question will be perhaps, what tools do you use in your work, in your day-to-day reality in a way, to kind of keep on moving and keep the way you look at things moving, so that you are able also to invent new ways of, or new, supporting new writings or inventing new ways of sharing to audiences those artistic projects. Caroline, perhaps if you want to talk about your experience in Serbia or other experiences, of course.
Yeah, there are actually two levels on which I can talk. So the first one would be the French Institute in Serbia. So as a cultural attaché, I work on every cultural fields, so not only dance and circus, but also visual arts, architecture, music, cinema. So I feel very privileged because I also meet all the cultural operators in those networks. And as French Institute, we don't work as programmer, so we don't organize ourselves events or manifestations ex nihilo, but most of the time we support initiatives by local operators, and we also sometimes help them, not like financially, but also we co-build some projects together, so in every field. So this is for the French Institute in Serbia, and also I'm also running a performing arts program called Teatroscope, so maybe we can show the map, because it's more on the regional scale, so region meaning Southeastern Europe. So it's 13 countries of Southeastern Europe, so it's a very heterogeneous area, because you have countries in the European Union, countries outside of European Union, you have ex-Yugoslavian countries, you have ex-Sovietic countries. So on this area, the dynamic is a bit different, because we are also grant provider. As French Institute in Serbia, we are also grant provider. But with the Teatroscope, we have an open call, yearly open call. So the criteria are defined at the beginning of the year, and so the cultural operators in the region can also apply for a project which implies at least 2 countries in the area. So yeah, you can see the map. So for Teatroscope, we have a yearly open call, and we are, as with French Institute in Serbia, we are very connected to the partners in terms of, we try to discuss as much as possible, also to address the needs and the projects they're organizing and the issues they are facing. So for Teatroscope, we work on the touring, but also, touring French shows in the region, but also cooperation. So we try to build as much as possible some bilateral cooperations between French organizations and regional organizations, such as with French Institute in Serbia. And at the French Institute global level, we are also connected to the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs and to the headquarters of French Institute in Paris. So there is also priorities and guidelines that we follow according to some artistic fields are more priorities than others, depending on the year.
But you were also saying when we discussed that depending also on the cultural context of each country, of course, the way the same show could be shown in different countries were not the same, or not the same means, but not the same audiences, not the same expectations. So it was also understanding what those differences were and how do we perhaps adapt the way something is shown in different cultural contexts. Can we adapt?
Actually, as you can see on the map, so the area is wide and very heterogeneous according to the countries. So we are not the expert. French institutes everywhere in the area. We're not the experts of the local field and the audience, so we really rely on the local operators because they know, of course, the best what kind of show they are interested in showing in their countries, according also to what the audience is used to, and also what they want to develop on the long run. So we're trying to help them implement what feels important locally. So it can be very different from one country to each other. And also because globally, in the whole area, there's not so much of public fundings, also in the long run. So you don't have the same obstacles in this area comparing to France. And within this area also, between the countries, it can be very, very different. So
I don't know if it's answering.
And yeah, because it's also about the expectation from audiences, but also from, of course, politics, and of course there's a lot also of economical stakes. So you were also, Tim, when we were discussing, you were talking about how you worked for the festival because you are programming a lot of interdisciplinary work, and it's the Circus Dance Festival, so there is something also in the artistic definition of the festival that is said in the title. But you told me that you were also working a lot around not only the form that were shown, but also the necessity to work around those forms in order to have discussions, texts, really global thinking about this interdisciplinarity, so to, not to say to prepare the ground, but in a way also to make them possible to be seen and shared.
Yeah, maybe let me start. Yeah, what you said, like we're with the title of our festival, like we're called Circus Dance Festival, and when we initiated this festival, we thought like, okay, it's really like easy, you know what you get, like circus and dance, or something between circus and dance, or hybrid forms. You can interpret it how you like, but like that is in a sense interesting for artists that feedback us, hey, wow, I never knew in which category I would fall, and here, wow, I have a place. It's nice that you call the festival like this. At the other hand, there's like it's interesting what it makes with the expectations of the audience. It's somehow helpful, like sometimes that it gives a certain freedom to putting like in this field between circus and dance. I mean, it puts two categories, but it opens also a wide field. So nobody complains like, hey, but this is not circus, or this is not this or that. So that gives us somehow a certain freedom in like giving a title with this category. And somehow I like this also seeing in other festivals. I have another example from Vienna. It's on the Edge Festival, and they call themselves Festival for Experimental Circus. And I find this hilarious in a way, because like it's very clear, like so they can program like really experimental stuff and nobody complains. And first of all, but like also even people like go there especially for that. So I find this interesting, like to build up an audience who's really onto that. Because there's always the question of expectations coming to a circus festival. Is it too public? Is it for who is it? What's the target? So yeah, that's why I'm with this title. That as a little comment. Then I find it. I mean, I really work with my own artistic work in between circus and dance. I receive dance funding in Germany. I came with a circus background from ESAC to Germany, in a country where there is no circus funding, and I came with an interest for dance. But now I'm based there. I receive dance funding, and I call myself a choreographer. So there's certain influences, and out of that, of course, there's also this festival what was initiated. So I find it very interesting, like to counterpose sometimes like a circus work with a dance work, and like just there's different approaches, maybe of, I don't know, how you work with slowness, how you look at the body. There's there's different approaches. The circus, of course, with its limits and playing with borders, and well, this is only examples, but I like it as we can use it as a surprise sometimes, especially when I think of us also coming from the sector, and it's somehow good to see a piece out of a different art form. So there's this maybe. What I want to say about festival, and like, of course, as a producing festival, we produce artists time by time. We would love to do that more. That always depends on finances, but like I think that's very important for artists to have this support, and also us not just buying a finished form, but like really investing into the artist and accompanying this work. So we become less a programmer buying something ready, but like more accompanying institution somehow. I think that's very important, and for artists, but also for us as a festival. Then, of course, residencies. Well, but I want to put more, do examples of projects that we do besides like all this festival program. Part of the festival program is, for example, we just launched the open call for forms, short forms that are written for 360 degrees. So that means the audience all around. And that was the basic idea of the festival. It's also even the logo, it's different geometric forms of circles. And so we bought this 360-degree outdoor stage. So we have this round stage with a truss so we can show aerial work. And so then because we like this idea, there's a lot of forms written for that. A bit tricky, outdoor, of course, specific context, but so we were really interested like to search for, and that's why we launched this open call, to see what is there, because of course we cannot see so much, to be realistic, but really to have it open who approaches us, to find forms that are really dramaturgically or physically written in this setting where just, yeah, you have to perform on all sides. So really, maybe a bit going to the core of circus, one could say. Yeah.
What I think what is interesting in a way, you as a festival, you invent new, well, not new spaces, but you invent spaces so that new writings could emerge. So you create the right condition for this to happen in a way. Well, afterwards, of course, any artist can do whatever he or she wants, but you kind of create some conditions so that things could be possible. And I think for me this is important because when I was talking with you two, I really thought of you two as facilitators. In a way, in the ecosystem, you have the artists, you have the institution, the festival, you have the funders, but in between you have all those people. In French, Howard Baker, who is a sociologist, he's not French, he's American, but in French, I don't know if there is an English translation, he talks about les membres de renfort, so people supporting. And the whole art ecosystem is based on people supporting, and you are those people making small things visible. So I was wondering also at the example that you gave, Tim, about creating this space so that something could happen. How also, perhaps, Caroline, you work on this, creating collaboration in your work, making some artists visible that would stay invisible if there was not this work of collaboration. You talked about some visual artists, for example, from Serbian visual artists, and also to understand what is all the work behind making new things or emergent things visible, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe just to rebound on what you were saying about the festival, and also to precise that globally in Teatroscope area, there's not so many, I mean, actually very few cultural offers, permanent cultural offers in the field of dance and circus. So the audience can discover circus mostly through festivals. And the festival organizers, they're very aware that the audience has not so many opportunities to see circus, contemporary circus whatsoever. And for example, Circo Balkana Festival, so in Zagreb and Belgrade, they hosted the Out of the Blue show. So I don't know if you saw that show, but it's in an aquarium. And it was a massive success in Belgrade and Zagreb. And so for many people, at least in Belgrade, it was their very first circus show that they were seeing in their whole life. So it's also very interesting how the choices of the organizers of the festival can also influence how the whole generation, new generation will look on circus and what kind of image they will have about circus.
Yeah, this shows also the responsibility presenters, programmers, and institution hold, because as you say, you build the way we look at a circus artwork by programming artwork in an area. Yeah. So it's a huge responsibility also.
Yeah, and also I think for me, those organizers are very aware that they are seeing shows in Western Europe that people in the Southeastern Europe, they don't have so many opportunities to see. So they kind of are very careful of, okay, what can we show the audience there to also to raise awareness or to give them more, correct picture of circus in all its complexity and diversity. So they're really doing a kind of groundwork for me on that level. And talking about other fields, we are really trying to develop bilateral cooperation between French organizations and regional organizations or Serbian organizations. And this year there was a nice example of collaboration between the Visual Arts Biennale in Lyon and in Belgrade. And it was interesting because it allowed some French artists to show their work in Serbia, in Belgrade. And there was also some Serbian artists invited at the Lyon Biennale. So, yeah, this one is not a... Yeah, this one, so the artist is called Nadezhda Kirshansky. So this was shown at Villeurbanne Institut d'Art Contemporain in Villeurbanne in the program of International Young Creation. So this is a waiting room, kind of typical Yugoslavian waiting room in a hospital. So that was, so this artist could show her work in the frame of Lyon Biennale thanks to this collaboration between the Biennale. So it's also through also kind of big cultural institutions, then it's also spreading on other levels of the same artistic field. For example, there is also collaboration between the Museum of Contemporary Art in Lyon and the Museum of Contemporary Art in Belgrade. They will have joint exhibitions with the collections of the two museums. So for me, it's also facilitating the encountering between organizations and director or programmers, because then they can talk the same language. They can share common stakes and common visions, and also, I mean, they know the best what kind of projects they want to develop. So it's also kind of adjusting the encounterings between organizations so that it can also develop on the long run, with or without French Institute. So that was, I mean, we hope that this collaboration will go on in the future.
Tim, you wanted to say something about, no, because I was looking at
yeah,
you.
I want to respond to the work with the bodies in water. It's out of the blue, right? Yeah. I didn't see this work, but it makes me think of a work of Jörg Müller, which is a German artist who works in France. And maybe it connects a little bit, yeah, how do we see? So what I see also as my work as a curator, or my passion, is like to create a certain context also around these works, or what we can see more than only this moment that we pass. So this is one thing of a piece, that it can just be there and we can see it. And there's sometimes I like it to create more knowledge also, or reference points, maybe that's it, around. So for example here, Jörg Müller is an artist, like in the 90s, he created a work which is called New Tube. So with a big tube of water around 2 meters high, and he basically puts his body in there. And so it's interesting, like this work was created in the 90s. Now, as we had like more circus festivals in Germany, his work was more and more invited, so he got the opportunity to perform it more and more in Germany. So it was a bit like coming back, because the country changed, the acknowledgement of the art form. But I want to dive a little bit more into this work, a little bit. That's also one of our passions, of creating context. So, for example, Julian, but also Jörg Müller's work are a nice example. If, for example, to talk about the non-human turn. So circus works that we can dedicate to this somehow, this kind of movement. So that means like to think differently about our environment, and to give the same attention to processes, to objects, to human and non-human entities. So, and this work of Jörg Müller is one very interesting example, as like he was invited in the 90s from the choreographer Kitsu Dubois, who's French, and she went like for some scientific researches, like she went with different artists, notably different circus artists. Among them was Jörg Müller. They went on this parabol flights, so to research on microgravity. So how's the body reacting to microgravity? So basically they're in the plane, and the plane does this for quite a time, and there's always this little moment of a few seconds where there is microgravity. So The body has a very specific notion of space and everything. And what I found, well, first I found very interesting that a choreographer does scientific research and takes circus artists with her, that I find interesting. But also how Kitsu Dubois described this feeling in microgravity that later then, I just make the link, if you're not in the plane, then water is the material that you can try to get as close to this state of microgravity. So what I found very interesting when she described this notions of feeling that you have in this moment. For example, the perception of the body. For example, she noted you don't have the feeling of having a body anymore. The body enlarges into the space. You perceive the space mostly through your eyes. It becomes very visual, and you have the feeling your body enlarges and becomes part of the space. So this is interesting when we then discuss about what is our place in the world, in the environment, what is the hierarchies between elements, between objects, between humans. Then when we think of Jörg Müller putting his body and letting himself juggle through the water. So because the water is in that sense an environment where it's so strong that he has to position himself in this water and he cannot dominate it anymore so much. So, but it's all this traversée, of course, like from traditional circus dominating the animal, the object, to Nouveau Cirque, contemporary circus, where you change a little bit the view. And I was just going to name this example because for me it opens up so much philosophical thoughts and things we love to think about, and we invite the audience also if they want to think about. We don't force them because everybody's free to just see the piece and enjoy it. But in the festival, for example, we create a magazine which is about circus theoretical thinking, so you couldn't take a deep dive if you like into these thoughts or not.
No, but it's interesting because all the examples that you gave in a way that could be the Jörg Müller or Kitsu Dubois or Julian Vogel, what they do could be shown, of course, in Circus Dance Festival or any circus or dance festival, but perhaps also in galleries and museums. On site-specific creation, and in a way they are all artists that are moving in between things, and sometimes it's difficult also to accompany how do we look at those forms. So do you feel that in your jobs, also in the way you work, there is a part of risk-taking? Because when you also have this collaboration, even though it's a lot of work of having a Serbian artist invited to the Lyon Biennale, it's also a risk. For her, for the institutions supporting her, and so how do you relate also to, as presenters, as institution, relate to this idea of course, a part of risk-taking, because if we're working on emergent, new writing, there is risk-taking, because everything that is experimental, we don't know how people will apprehend the work. Or is it part of your job? I mean, is risk also something that you think about? Not physical risk, but more political, aesthetical risk in a way?
For me, we're not the one taking the risks, since we're not programmers. For me, for example, the circus organizations hosting French companies, they are taking the risk. And also, due to the local context in the Theatroscope area, the local partners are very open to international artists, and since there is also funds for a French cooperation, there is a lot of French circus shows coming in the region, in the Southeastern Europe region. So for me, they are taking the risks to invite international shows to an audience which is not so used to see contemporary show. And on the French side, it's also taking the risk of collaborating with some geographical areas whom we are not so familiar with, since we're more focused on more the western side of Europe or even the western side of the world. So like Southeastern Europe region is not so in the scope for the cultural operators in France. And I remember when we were preparing this roundtable, you were saying it's basically encouraging French cultural operator to take the risk to collaborate with some countries and cultural operators and artists who are not in the same aesthetics, who are not trained as much as Western European artists. So artistically, it wouldn't be what you can usually see on stage in Western Europe. So it's also the risk of giving the floor to some countries and artists that you're not so familiar with. And so we can encourage, but then after all, the last word is upon the cultural operators.
Yeah, and you were talking, Tim, as a cultural operator, as a festival director also, that you were talking about creating a safe place also, so that the risk that you take and the risk the artist takes is has borders, and it's difficult to create a safe place when we are talking about sometimes some more radical experimental works, of course.
I mean, we're trying to find a good context for an artwork. So basically, of course, like I know it from myself, from an artist perspective, I'm first busy with, I would love to perform at that festival, or we're in that conversation, a festival asks us, and then either the festival or me as an artist, we have to think, okay, is it the right place? Do we find a good context? And that can be the overall festival, or also like which is the space, how is it announced, what does it need, maybe? Because I think I have a lot with directors, colleagues, this conversation where they tell me, hey, I just want that it's just the artwork, the piece, the performance is in focus. I don't want to have text or introductions, anything around it. It just the piece has to speak for themselves, and I can totally understand that, and I also love that. But I feel there is works that might need something that they're like, that it's better to read them somehow. So there's different kind of works, I feel, because it would be we know that from museums there's a lot of mediation, there's a lot of like saying, hey, this happened, this art is done because of that, out of this time, in this context. And I think this is also valuable for some works in dance or in circus. The other thing is the risk. I talk a lot about risk in my job as a curator. Let's talk about physical risk. So I think circus is often like that. There's a certain physical risk. The artist brings themselves in danger. Let's make it very simple, and we, as the audience, there is a strong impact on that. So the danger can be different forms, but so now I feel there's a shift since a certain time, that there's also crossing certain borders. As artists, we think of how can we cross this border and also make this experience maybe stronger and put the audience in risk, by just inviting them on the stage, or really putting a physical risk. And that's a very interesting point, because it transgresses certain borders, certain habitudes. Are you safe there, or is there something flying into your direction and you have to catch it? I have a lot of discussions. I have to mediate between the artwork, that it has the most freedom to happen, and, for example, the technical direction, the assurances, and there's the boring question, what happens if? So, and as artists, we maybe not ask this question, and my job is then to give that the artwork, it can really happen, like it should be, and the technical director will always tell me, okay, but what happens in the worst case? So I'll give two examples, one strong experience. I love this work of company In Extremis, Damocles, a solo. He's working with these big wood planches, and he creates a whole discourse that the audience has to keep them when they're falling. And so he makes the audience somehow in a very clever way taking part, participating in the performance, and he says the whole time, it's a performance. No, but it's not a performance. We do this all together. So he's playing a little bit with this codes. And he's also, what I find interesting, he's a clown, so he really knows like how to work with these borders. And I was there, I saw this piece in Portugal, and I was, after he was surrounded, this performer, by me and other curators, and we were talking like, wow, how do we explain this to our technical directors? Like, and maybe in Germany we're a little bit like maniac about that, with all that rules, and it's a bit boring, but at the same time it's also like interesting, like when we talk about care, we as a festival, we have also the responsibility to take care of the audience, so we have to ask ourselves, okay, did they decide for being in danger? So, and there's other pieces where we have a lot of this friction points where the artwork or the artists ask of crossing a certain border. For example, taking an audience, and in the work of Elena Zanzu, asking an audience member of being a counterweight, so that means going in the air and being a counterweight for them. So, and there's the question, or my technical director told me, wow, it's a thing to discuss. How do we do that, and how do we ask the audience if they want to take that risk or not?
But I think that the idea of taking care is, of course, very important. It's not taking care in a very it's perhaps it can be very general, but it's also very specific, taking care of audiences, taking care of spaces, taking care of people working, taking care of the artists, taking care, of course, of the institution, of the political forces also. And we see that we deal with a lot of complex things when we support new writings, when we support experimental forms. We have to take care of a lot of parameters in a way, and again, I think it's not that easy. Also, we're talking a lot about circus, performing arts, but we see that the question that are raised here on Circus are also the same question in the field of theater, in the field of dance, in the field of visual arts, installation, performance. And in a way, in contemporary writings, we have this responsibility also to take care, so that perhaps some artistic form can be more visible. And I'm pretty sure that for the artists that were presented in Lyon in the Biennale, or for the curators that came from France for the Biennale in Belgrade, it's not that easy, because you need also to take the time to understand where you are, what you can do, not do. So it's a very subtle, very long also job. Well, this is what I'm feeling from what you're telling us from your experiences.
Yeah, also part of our work, I mean, the big part of our work is also to do mediation between local context and foreign artists, whether French or not. And Tanya Gavrilovic, the coordinator of Teatroscope, we were talking about this roundtable before I was leaving to Paris, and she gave me an example also of one outdoor show that was shown 2 years ago in Bosnia and Serbia. It's a Happy Manif. I don't know if you're familiar. It's audio-guided walk with dancers, and the company asked their local organizers to find a public park so that they can take the audience from one spot and then take them to the final spot. And so in Bosnia-Herzegovina, actually in Sarajevo, in the public park, it was so the organizers suggested this park, and actually during the war, corpses were buried in this park. So it's very, very, not sensitive, but very specific type of place, actually. And so some people told the company, maybe like the day before the performance, and the company said, okay, so we cannot perform there as if we were performing in Butte Chaumont in Paris. So, I mean, the space was so loaded with tragedy, so then they chose to perform in another park in Sarajevo. So it's also this type of information that we need to give. I mean, we as specifically the local staff of French Institute, which is of course local, and they've been knowing the field for many, many years. So this type of information, if you don't have it, then you can be completely, I mean, reception of the artwork can be completely disturbed, or even at the, not only disturbing, but sometimes offending.
yeah.
Yeah, I have another example. For example, lately we discussed about a work that would, at the end of the performance, invite the audience to come on stage and to dance, basically. And we were discussing about this gesture of, like, is there of consent? Like, we're a bit, I don't know if we're specifically sensible in our festival or in Germany, but like there's cultural differences also. Like I was discussing that with the Italian colleague, and she told me, like, hey, it's not such a big thing. Like in Italy, it's more, very, you can do it. Like just grab the audience member, pull them on stage, and somehow with that, making them part of the performance. And in Germany, it would feel like in our context, it would be nice if there is at least a small gesture of asking before you grab the person, like, do you want to come or not? It's a very small gesture, but like somehow important when you talk about sensibility and consent. So, but maybe also there's cultural differences, and of course that's we think about like in which context again we present, and sometimes we have to discuss with the artists this or make them aware. Maybe they find a solution or they have a reaction on that, and we enter in a sort of discussion.
Yeah, well, thank you for those very precise examples, because I think that the more we go through your experiences, the most it's interesting, because it's grounded, and we see also for each example how things are very complex and how each example raises questions and the solutions are very specific each time. So perhaps the idea also was to open the debate also to the audience and to you all, so artists, presenters, and whoever you are, perhaps normal audiences, as we call them sometimes. And we wanted also, you can ask questions, but perhaps to start with, we will ask you a question, or we will ask you some question. And perhaps something that has been started to be discussed, but we can discuss it also more collectively, would be the possibility to take care collectively also about those questions, and to have a greater dialogue between the different people in the sector. It's also about the question of the responsibility, this shared responsibility. Perhaps it can be an open discussion also about these new writings, experimental writings, on how, so if you want to talk from your place, your role, your job, how do we collectively discuss this question of shared responsibility? So Tim gave an answer, Caroline gave an answer from their part, but perhaps there are also other answers in the audience. And of course, if you have some question, you can ask them, but it's also to have something that we can really discuss more collectively. And now everyone is very afraid about talking about his or her responsibility. Well, the idea is how we talked about the question of the responsibility in risk-taking. So from where we are, where we work as an artist, as a presenter, as a festival director, or whatever, as an institution, what is our responsibility? Where do we put our responsibility in taking risks to see new forms of writing, experimental, sometimes radical writings? I always say that the very good thing of being a researcher is that you don't have any responsibilities, and it's you have a total liberty about talking about artwork and risk-taking, because you don't have any financial interest, for example, in the game. So this would be from my part as a researcher, but if I talk from my role as an artist, of course it's very different. I can take risk as a researcher that I can't take as an artist, for example. So it's interesting to see what are the possibilities and impossibilities. And of course we have Jarko over there. Thanks to be there, Jarko, because you're asking all the questions, and it's wonderful.
Well, this time I'm not asking question, because you asked a question already. I've been thinking about risk quite a lot from a presenter and organization perspective. Circo has taken a lot of risks in the past, and the organization, developing the organization was a risk. And some of those risks didn't pan out. And the bills have to be paid at some point. And I think the responsibility for a presenter or an organization is to try to create an organizational structure where it is safe to take risks, so that the organization still exists, so that new risks can be taken. And I think that's a very profound structural question, which is very contextual, like how is the organization funded? Where does the funding come from? And how is the annual structure done in such a way that there is a context where risk can be taken? I'm looking at this from a kind of year-round programmer's perspective, where there are different profiles during the year, so that we have at least a limited slot, for example, a festival that can take a lot of risks and things are balanced, and we can do the festival the next year as well.
Oh, thank you. It's really interesting. You really talk about the complexity of it, of course. I don't know if you want to say something to add, Tim, yeah? Or?
Yeah, I can, of course, very much relate to this. There is, yeah, as a festival, yeah, you have the responsibility also to make sure first that there's an audience, that there's funding. So there's a lot of things we need to somehow fulfill or to communicate, make it visible to the politics, and so there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And it's true if, for example, if we take too much, sometimes we talk about taking artistic risk and showing works that are maybe a bit like, with a certain artistic risk. I mean, we would need to talk longer about what this is. I think it's more about creating the right context for this work. For example, what I said in Vienna, like an experimental work in that festival, it's much easier than in a tout public festival where they always showed like very different kind of works, and then suddenly, beams, and maybe then nobody's coming. So of course, as a organizer, you need to juggle a little bit how to make sure also that on the long term you can take this artistic risks in brackets and not only one time. That would be a pity. So yeah, it's a constant juggling of these risks or responsibilities maybe in different directions, like how to give space to the art, like I just said, and also to fulfill also all these needs that this space where the art becomes visible can stay and not goes down.
I don't know if you have any other thoughts in your audience on this question, perhaps? Yes.
Hello, my name is Quintain, and I will try to reply this question from the perspective of an artist. Voilà, so I still didn't really get the whole question. It's many questions in one, so I will try to formulate some kind of an answer to a part of it. So about the shared responsibility, I think the shared responsibility from the point of view of the artist, yes, we can all say it's a shared responsibility, but what's my share? I think my share as an artist would be to resist somehow, to resist and persist somehow in the way you feel that the path you have to follow, and to resist to shortcuts that are proposed from everywhere, and shortcuts that are proposed in many different approaches from audiences, from programmers, from field, from schools. There's only one way, and that's the one that you have to sculpt. So I think that's a main thing. And I think from this perspective, we could talk about many points that have been discussed. Yeah, I mean, it's always thing. That's the thing with the question, I think, and so my answer is a bit the same as the question. It goes around, so take what you want, and we leave the rest.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, I think from my point of view or my direction is it's difficult to not reduce everything to a problem. I think there's many problems in the world, and I mean, it was said as artists you should know a lot, you should know very much. I don't know, how said it this morning?
This morning that what you should, all your references and what you should know, the knowledge and
yeah, but she did
you should know your history.
Yeah, Antonia, she said you have to know too much to be an artist. I think that's the thing, but then also there's a problem there. So there's a thing, you want to reduce it to a problem. So let's try to find somehow solutions. And voila, I talked a lot. I think I will shut up.
No, but it's also that what you're saying about being an artist and taking risk and the notion of risk for artists, of course, and we already talked of it this morning, but it's different from a context to another.
Yeah.
I mean, taking risk in Serbia is not the same as taking risk in France. Absolutely not. And of course, how do we also, as European, people working in a European perspective, take this into account to build the collaborations you were also talking about, Caroline, before. This idea of, okay, let's say that more cultural operators from Western Europe, for example, build more cooperation, collaboration with other regions in Europe and have a better notion of, for example, what is experimental and risk-taking in those countries for the artists in those countries, for example.
Yeah, I get from that point of view, when you talk about risk as an artist, I think we should just accept that making art is taking risks and it's a gamble, and it's not gonna be something else somehow. If it's not a gamble anymore, and if you don't go with it with the intention that I might fail, but I might also discover something else, then you should get another job, I think. So that's part of it. But this responsibility concerns everyone who is involved with the creative process. And the word curating actually means caring. Yeah. So we talk about the same thing, and I think there should be more curating in our field. There should be more curating and less programming. So, from my perspective, thank you.
Totally agree.
And there is a very good book that is called Radicalizing Care about new creating practices in performance and visual arts that I strongly recommend on precisely this question. I think there was someone else that wanted to talk in the audience, perhaps. Perhaps, Jakob, before you talk, there was someone else.
Very short addition, because it was so beautiful said earlier that there is a difference between danger and risk. Separating existential danger from taking a risk.
It reminds me also of a conference that many of us maybe have been safer space for Circus. So that's in other words. It's a little bit this what you said. So to create safer spaces where we can take certain risks.
Hello, I'm Gaia Vimercati from Italy, Milano. And I work both as a researcher, independent researcher, and as a cultural programmer. And so, yeah, this question resonated a lot with my work. On the research point, as a researcher, I feel a lot of responsibility, especially in finding the ways of producing meaning and a discourse. Because to me, it's very important to produce a discourse that doesn't over-determine the artists. And I think this is a practice. I mean, in my research, my main concerns are in which ways, which tools do I develop in order to produce a discourse that can be dangerous for someone, and so this is a question. So as a researcher, I feel a lot of responsibility in my meaning-making practices. Also, as a programmer, I really feel the risk. And I agree that the risk is shared, but up to some point, because as a programmer, I feel that I have to take more responsibilities than the artist, mostly because I take accountability also of the festival as a whole. So, and also as a programmer, like the artists are always paid, but in the uncertainties that I often work, you know, sometimes you don't know if you get the money until you make choices. And so, but a thing that I want to make sure always is that the artists are paid, for example. So, yes, so I feel a lot of responsibility in taking the risks. And I think that sometimes programmers have to take more risk than the artist.
Yeah. If you have Tim and Caroline things also to say, and of course you're welcome to answer.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I feel also like as a festival already. I see also festivals as a sort of institution. So this institution should also spread its money somehow and give it to the art and the artists. So I feel also like I see my job also like giving the most space to the artists, that they don't have to think so much about all these constraints that maybe I have to deal with. So try somehow keeping it away. Also, like I said, spreading the money maybe by supporting. So money flow. Yeah, that's it for now.
Perhaps the last two people, 5 minutes, okay? Yeah, I think we started a little bit late, so yeah.
I'm gonna be fast. I'm Teresa from Cordata 4, also Italy. And I just wanted to add something when we talk about risk-taking and how Tim is working in supporting productions. And I believe in supporting productions. I'm an artist and I run a company, an organization. From my experience, I adore when I get support, economical support for the productions, but what I feel it will really support a shared risk-taking is to build a trust relationship with who's supporting me. And a way to dialogue, a way to speak with each other, which is sincere, which allows the artist to fail or not to fail, but that it doesn't stop in the moment I failed. So these are two things that I want to say.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, there is a beautiful subject on failure also that can be the theme of a whole next conference. Vincent?
Just a very quick thing. As a artistic mentor of Circus Next, I feel, and about the risk-taking, I feel big, and also because it's Circus Next, I think it's important to note that, because there's a lot of risk-taking also in finding new writings. I find that we as artists have the responsibility to learn how to present unfinished work. It's both ways. It's like how we discuss, as you said, this trust relationship that you're mentioning. I think it's every way.
Yeah, I was just wanted to come back to the risk in the idea of the risk for the circus artist in itself. And I think there is a couple of words which we have to put together: risk and control, because the circus artist is always between the two. I mean, he's taking risks, but he's controlling a lot. And I was wondering, when I was listening to you, what do you think about this? But if there wouldn't be something particular, a sort of particular ability for the circus artist to go in the space between, you were speaking about, because of this ability to find a good balance between control and risk, and so an ability, for instance, to open a new field like ceramic, like diving, like, I don't know, papers like in Balbenaim. Or so we see a lot of circus artists who are able, we can see at least that they are able to completely dive in another field and being nearly expert in this field. So is there any DNA somewhere which opened the possibility of this more than in some other disciplines? I don't know.
I would say certainly it's a strength of circus. So yeah, what you say, this being in control, playing with this limits until where we can control, and it maybe comes a little bit to what I was saying earlier. So that there's maybe in different fields, there's a lot of artists that's doing apnea in the moment, no, which is really like the limits of your breath, your body in the deep diving. I directly have to think of this work that I just explained of Cirque en extremis, where I feel it's really there. Like I said, it's not only there, the physical acrobat knowledge or circus artist knowledge, also like, despite from acrobatic or physical, like also this clowning, how to work with the audience. So I think there's a lot of knowledge, and there it becomes interesting for me if like the practice has there is a certain specific knowledge that circus art has, and I think this is very interesting to spread, also to talk about more. And I think there's a lot of artists that work around that, that maybe also detach circus art from other art forms very strongly in that specific point.
I don't know, Caroline, from your experience also working in the circus field and the street art field, if you have any answer to this, or
just to share something that I thought about when I was listening to the comments from the audience, and also because I had a word from Jadranka in mind. So Circo Balkana is in Serbia and Croatia, and they're working hand to hand, sharing vision, means, values, and also Jadranka was saying also joy and friendship. So it's also the idea of trust building and community and like togetherness, meaning also artists with programmers. So I mean, sharing the risk is kind of easier within this community.
Last thing, Tim.
Yes, I just because now we didn't talk about it, but there's also a whole part of responsibility of an institution, I think, which goes like in the direction of institutional critique, or we could say more institutional care. So there's all this part of like reflecting about power structures, working on inclusion and accessibility. There's different fields. There's also like to think about working conditions, of course, artists paid, but also the whole staff, hierarchies, maybe putting up a sort of way of working of self-reflection and a feedback so all this what needs to be established in an institution, and then of course like who makes a decision, maybe in Germany, for example, we have a lot of artistic teams curating or directing institutions, not one person anymore. So how do you bring different people in the curational process? So equity, gender representation. So I think that's to make one point is also when we just talked about Cri du Caméléon, which is now 95, so 30 years ago, but like when we look at, there it was a male graduation, only men, the male director and a male Knack direction. So that's interesting. Okay, from there we come. Where are we today? So to look at this kind of things. So there's a lot of responsibilities, I think, and work that we have to do as an institution, of course, and in the whole field.
Yeah, I think this is a very important conclusion, and also changing pedagogies, changing work organization to change what will be on stage also. If you want to change things, it's not only what we see, but it's also everything that comes around. So I think this is a very strong question for the sector also to be discussed, and institutional critique is really important. And perhaps to conclude also, the idea of this roundtable was to open up also to other fields, not only circus, and to see that question that circus is perhaps asking, circus actors are asking themselves, are also relevant in other fields and perhaps for a longer time. And again, I would advocate that we look more to the other fields of dance theater and visual arts, because a lot of questions that were raised today have been raised for the past 10 years in the visual arts sectors, like the one that you're raising on on accessibility and diversity. So thank you very much, and we need to stop now. I'm really sorry. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. We'll just have a 10-minute break. We're a bit late in the program. I'll see you at 4 p.m., 5 minutes. Okay, last but not least, we're about to launch the fourth and last panel of the day. So let me welcome on stage Edouard Perichard, Dries Van Valle, and Mathieu Despoisses, as well as Vincent Béraud, who will moderate the fourth panel. This time the panel will be in French, so people who need translation, you can go get a headset. And the title is Preparing the Reformulation of a Circus Performance from Moral Agreement to the Toolbox, a Generous and Sensitive Adventure. I lost a word in my document. Thank you. Enjoy.
Alors, bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Well, good afternoon once again. We will start this fourth panel discussion and second panel discussion linked with this digital soul protocol. Many topics were addressed since this morning. This panel discussion will start with a short film, 10-minute long film. And if Eric Bordelot is still with us online, you saw him this morning, with Léné Vollard, they made this film. It's a meeting with Guy Caraut, and this establishes a link with the circus repertoire, and in this film we see questions that the artist raised in the 90s already. Perhaps I've said too much. Can you hear me? Yes.
Comme Vincent,
Well, Vincent has almost said it all. This film has a touch of serendipity, as you will see. We were fortunate with the co-director of this film. She worked on the cutting, and we also have our beloved venture philanthropist. She was able to get sufficient funding to create those performances for the Sphere. And in this film, we establish a parallel with what we initiated, those derivative processes, and we saw that Arca House were very much interested in those topics. So we're delighted to present this film in this very conferences. I think it is very adapted. If I will stay online if you have questions at the end, or I will leave the stage to our panelists to talk about the repertoire and reviving pieces.
Est-ce que c'est ça? Non, ça je recule, ok. Là j'avance. Ah, on est pas mal. Et là je fais...
Archaos, parce qu'il y avait art et chaos, mais aussi parce qu'archaos c'est comme archaïque, et ça veut dire, ça peut vouloir se traduire par celui qui arrive le premier à le savoir, donc le pouvoir. Et la coïncidence, c'est que nous on voulait un mot qui commence par la lettre A pour être en début des listes. C'est drôle, hein?
Dans cette idée du premier, il y a l'idée de l'archive aussi, non?
Alors, l'archive, pas
C'était court. Alors, est-ce qu'il faut que je rappuie? Non, je crois pas. Je n'ose pas toucher la télécommande.
Dans cette idée du premier, il y a l'idée de l'archive aussi, non? Alors, l'archive, pas...
Bon, je vous assure, c'est un très bon film. Peut-être qu'en pensez-vous en régie? On enchaîne comme ça? Ouais, vaut mieux. Ok. On voit si on peut passer le film à la fin, si on trouve un petit peu de temps.
Let's see if we can perhaps look at this film at the end of the panel discussion. So this film was aimed to give us a little context as to the subject of this panel discussion, but what is the aim of this discussion? During the Digital Soul Protocol, we are going to support a cycle of production of reimagined work, reformulated works. There are many ways to say this. And we've had discussions with quite a number of artists on these issues, and the three artists in presence were part of this discussion. So, to give you a little background as to what we are going to discuss here today, it's a continuation of that previous discussion. So I would like to introduce you our panelists. Gender parity has been abided by here. Joke aside, it was the case throughout the day. I have to say it. So, Edouard Peu-Richard, I'm not going to discuss at length your career. It's impossible, right? But let's say that you were a laureate, a winner of Circus Next a couple of years ago. In 2023, we've seen several of your shows for a number of years. There's the Repos du Guerrier and also a project you set up within la Supérette, which is called Nous n'avons rien vu venir, which is also a revived work. Welcome, Dries Van Val. You are part of the Cecil project created by your company, and you question the notion of reactivating works, and Mathieu Despois. There's the project Pling Long, which was created 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, with Etienne Monceau. Both of you are authors and interpreters of this project, and this is more or less what we will focus on with this idea of reimagining works. I have a simple question to ask you. It's a question that is similar to what was addressed earlier in the previous panel discussions. This morning we had people talking about their experience on revisited works, and here we have people who are thinking about doing this revisiting process. So there's this entire trajectory to undertake. So the question is, why do you want to revisit a piece of a particular repertoire? What interests you in that process? What are you still wondering about? Where does this motivation comes from? So Edouard, I think, wants to speak first. Well, let's say that my latest creation, called Nous n'avons rien vu venir, is a show we created a year ago with the Cirque Portatif. So the Cirque Portatif is a call for project by the Very Dallas. And this creation was made to be shown everywhere, in museums, in schools, all sorts of spaces, all spaces that are inside. That's an important aspect of this work. So, nous n'avons rien vu venir. Maybe I should talk about this particular performance, this particular show. It's quite difficult to talk about it. You have the circus and digital arts at the very heart of this show. We have a green screen as a background, as you have in the movies, to have special effects. And during the show, we have live streaming on a screen next to us. So it's an interplay of using circus techniques differently. We can do acrobatic cycling very fast on the highway in crazy positions, but obviously the audience sees that it's a fixed bicycle, and we're not taking any risks here. So this is a way to experiment with circus forms we dreamt of doing on stage, that were possible with digital means. So there's an interview with Fellini, where Fellini was wondering why no one would go and see his movies, his films in the silver screens, and this is because television was invented, and people would rather see films at home rather than at the cinema. But he still said that there was a future for cinema, that TV could not replace cinema, because it's a question of format. The silver screen is so big that people come to see gods, people that are above us, gods and goddesses, whereas television reduces the image, and what we see is people that are on scale. And Fellini thought it wouldn't interest anyone, but Fellini is no longer among us, but today the image has been miniaturized so much that we can use it or look at it on our mobile phones, and perhaps we change that relationship. We are the gods, goddesses, manipulating a world to bring that world closer to our own image. And I'm talking at length here, and I still haven't answered your question, I'm afraid. And it's also because we didn't see the film we were supposed to show at the beginning of the discussion. Just let me know if I'm too long, but why recreating this piece today? Well, we have the same issue. Mathieu will talk about it with Pling Plong. There was the issue of creating a show that was going to be shown abroad. And there are two of us. Thomas Nartin is my co-creator here. And we wanted this form to be passed on other teams. So we wanted to create a protocol whereby the form will be passed on, but not the content. Obviously, there's the green screen, that's part of the form, but not the content, what is being addressed. What people could do with that work was what was interesting to us. And in a nutshell, there was also a lot of frustration with that project because there was a wall full of yellow stickies with all of these ideas we wanted to display and to experiment with. And we had to sort of summarize all of these ideas because we had only 50 minutes and we didn't want to have any repetitions. So it was also an opportunity to cure that frustration by working with different teams that could, or passing on this content to other teams that could work on variations of that show, iterations of that show, in a way. And perhaps, Dries, you want to add to that?
It's a bit easier for me, if that's all right. It's a bit of a circle I will make now. We are starting a new creation soon, and when we are creating, you also have the thing that in the end of the creation, you get to like a piece of 2 hours, but you have to make it in 1 hour. So you have to kill your darlings. And it's always really hard to kill darlings because there's always so many cool ideas that you want to keep exploring that fit the concept, but you're like, it's not fully it. So when we're now making a new piece, we thought, how could we keep this and then keep on researching this. So for our newest piece, we had the idea, we take one core principle, and we go with an idea, and if another idea comes up, we make a different series, a bit inspired also with Julian Vogel, the China series. It's always like, it continues on the same research, but it's not the same performance, but it kind of is. Anyway, this idea in the end we didn't do because it was a bit hard to write into one concept for funding. But meaning we are very interested in having a core principle, having a piece, and seeing what else can come through from it. What else can it get? What else can people get from it? What else can people do with this certain core? What is now in this case would be with Cécile an existing full-on existing show, not just like a core principle, but like a full-on show. What could people do with it? We are very interested in finding out also and just like exploring.
Alors nous sur Pling.
On Pling Plong, we're questioning this issue of reimagining works. There was Vincent is here rather, and we published a guideline so anyone could do this show at home, Pling Plong. So in this guideline, you have all the content of Pling Plong so that everyone has seen the show. I mean, this is for people who have seen the show. And if you haven't seen the show, you shouldn't see it because it's going to spoil it for you. You shouldn't read these guidelines. And few people have sent us videos of themselves recreating this piece. But perhaps it's something that they don't want to share with us and rather share with their friends and family. Why not? Something more intimate. And this is a show we wanted that show to be played everywhere, in theatre stages, at home, but had to be inside. And for this show to be played everywhere, it meant also beyond France. I'm not really good at foreign languages. Maybe it's a French specificity. But I thought that it would be interesting for other people to interpret it, and perhaps in different languages. So listening to your contributions, I see that it is a continuation of the existing show to pursue the creative research process and to give life to these creations in a different way. And this notion of reactivating a piece with this idea of the repertoire, as we addressed it this morning. There's something of a historical continuation, to leave tracks, to leave traces of what was done, created. But you are sort of saying that it's not your first incentive or motivation. Well, it's not my case, Dries, you can answer as well, but when it comes to performing, the performing arts, I like performances and shows, but I appreciate the ending of the show or of the piece. So for me, the idea here, when we talk about the continuation of a piece, for that show, on n'a rien vu venir, it's very adapted to that kind of continuation. There was a will to talk about the web, the internet, because internet is crazy. It's a revolution, which is amazing, and it went very fast. I mean, the last similar revolution we had, it was printing, and this took several centuries in a way, and here in 30 years it's been a fast-track revolution. So we were about 10 years old when the internet happened, and there was a lot of content that we saw, video games, the first social media, text messages, and there was we had time to really look at these new things that were emerging. And for me, it's interesting to pass on this project to another team with another culture of internet, another experience of the internet. We will do it with the Spanish team. They have different references, a different culture. So what they will show and say will be different, and this is also what is interesting to me. So for me, it's not so much a repertoire piece, but a piece in itself, or a mini-series, maybe.
Same, it's not really to make the repertoire this, but I forgot where I was going. I like if after the show someone comes to us and says, like, it would be cool if you could do it outside and for like 5 hours long. We're like, yeah, yeah, it's cool, but our piece is not like that. But maybe it could be an idea to explore. But then it would be cool if maybe someone wants to do that. Maybe more that one.
Okay, merci.
Right, thank you. Maybe we can get into the heart of the matter. How do you actually look at this reworking or revisiting? There are different ways to look at it. I'm going to try and leave it very open. How do you go about it? You already mentioned, Edouard, a protocol, but I'm thinking about rules of the game, a sort of framework, and maybe other ideas. Because every time I think that the way you refer to this framework is also reflects the way you can see that kind of work. Well, for me, it raises the question of what is the essence of a performance, and every performance is different. Every production is different, so we've tried to target what was really essential to preserve, and that simplifies things and helps you build a protocol. So Pling Clank is a reflection on couples, and we looked at the biggest challenge for a couple, and we thought it was to put together an IKEA piece of furniture, and that was our starting point. And then it sort of unlocked the process for us, and we looked at intimacy, privacy, and we tried to decide what was important to keep, to preserve. So at the beginning of the show, there's a pack with an IKEA piece of furniture inside that has to be put together. And at the end of the show, the piece of furniture has been assembled. So it's a question of looking at our roles and responsibilities. And so we looked at how much time we could dedicate to that. How do we find people who would feel like defending that project? And for us, it became very clear that it would be co-designed with curators and venues that would be interested in it. Whether they take part in the defining of the casting. The idea of people being partners and helping with our creative process and helping with the funding is something that really resonates with me. Well, tell me if it depends on the artists that you find, but there's this question of intimacy in that couple and the text that you wrote for that couple. So it seems to me that there are choices that need to be made. It's not easy, it's true. It takes time to actually delve into that intimacy before you can actually write the text, such as Pling Clang. So we actually decided to go fast together for a whole week, and during the week after the fasting, we went to put together a kitchen, a fitted kitchen at Ladies' Place, and we did that together. So we wanted to talk about something we've been through, that experience. So I'm not saying you need to do that. Everybody needs to do that, but seriously, would you be prepared to share that experience to see if it resonates with people? Well, this is the way we start the conversation with partners to see if they can fund our fasting week or other things. But as far as I'm concerned, if we only have 2 weeks, maybe we'll dedicate those 2 weeks to something different. So the protocol is defined depending on the funding that we get, the resources that we have. For me, it's important that people be remunerated for their work. So we're talking about the reworking of a piece that you need to breathe new life into. So maybe if we have funding, we can actually go on a biking a journey for weeks and weeks on end. So, well, you've touched upon production issues. I thought we'd keep them separate, but maybe it's difficult not to address them. About the how did you go about doing this? Well, just taking stock of where we are, we started with the sort of lab work. So we had teams that were interested in revisiting the work. So we started working as a laboratory without any obligation to come up with a finished product after having viewed the show to see how things are coming together. And what was interesting in this transmission was to bring together artists that do not work in exactly the same fields as us, our virtuosity. And I put that between inverted commas because I told you about the green screen and special effects, and it's juggling. There's also lifts, lots of lifts, bikes, other fields, a little bit of knife throwing and darts. But depending on the artistic team, for example, if we have a duet that's really good at acrobatic lifts, it's great because we can push things even further. There's a bit in the show where we're wearing blue latex suits. What I mean to say is that the type of circus art that is going to be represented in our show will depend on the artists we work with. So things can be realigned. And Idriss Roca is our external kind of advisor working on the protocol and helping me. It's a bit like Dogma with Thomas Vinterberg and Lars von Trier. We came up with rules without being sure that we'd keep respecting them. But at some point you have to let go of the scenography and let the team go on with the work. So there's a laboratory phase, then another phase without us, and a final phase to sum up and refine, fine-tune. It's roughly the kind of protocol that we're trying to build at the moment.
At all not as far as anything just been said. We just have been talking about it and thinking about it and a bit dreaming. But for sure, we would want to have some kind of a protocol, some kind of rules that are. We want stuff, some certain ideas or concepts we want in the reprise, and some things we don't want really that much. There's also a big thing about our stage, what is a very big part of our show. I will spoil the show a bit for you now, that the show starts with a flat stage and it goes up in the end and you don't really see it moving. A big surprise. But that influences a lot of what happens in the show and also the dramaturgy of the show. And we are not sure if this has to be in a reprise. We can't give ours because we are still using it. It's also, our show is also still touring, so it's not like we don't want to stop it to the reprise. And also the idea of maybe having a different circus discipline. We are acro dancers, but it would be very interested to see jugglers do our show, because the main concept of our show is 3 people walking in juggling patterns, in a cascade, the main juggling pattern. So it could be interesting to see jugglers do it. It doesn't have to be acro dancers, we think. But yeah, so we're just dreaming or imagining or speaking, nothing fixed or concrete at all.
Une question peut-être particulièrement pour Edouard.
A question for Edouard and Mathieu, more specifically because language is important, I think, in the reworking of the production. And what I've heard in what you said is that the reworking will not be in French. Would you agree with that, Edouard? Or not necessarily? Not necessarily, because there's still a possibility. It so happens that, as you said, Mathieu, French people are not very good at foreign languages, and the teams that we work with in Spain, for example, across the border, they speak French as well, so they could actually work on a revisiting, but that would still be in French, and that's really interesting. But you have to really be aligned. People will have seen the French-speaking version, so would they take the risk of having a version in another language? We're looking into it, we're thinking about it, and from the logistics perspective, to have the work in another version for the dates we can't secure in France. So I'm thinking about working in another language and in another cultural space. So if, as part of the process, you derive a lot of pleasure from it, and you realize that you're suddenly discovering a pling-clang that you had never imagined could exist, would you then be inspired to come back to a new French version? Well, for the time being, not many people have voiced their interest, but we hope that people are going to show interest. We don't know yet. I really enjoy performing the same show for a long time. So I'm thinking that if there's no other team performing it in France, we can go on touring. So we said that for our previous work, we went on tour for 10 years. So with Pling Clang, it could go on for some time as well. If there are a lot of other stories that are being built around this putting together of a piece of furniture, why not broaden the scope? But it's still very much at the heart of my thinking and reflection. The revisiting abroad is really interesting to us. Are couples the same elsewhere? Is there the same pressure on them? Can you talk about certain things like bigamy or unfaithfulness with the same degree of freedom in other places? That would be part of the questioning. It's interesting because when you talk about the reworking, you seem to put an emphasis on the script, digital elements, content, and you don't talk about circus art proper. As if the circus performance were not the be-all and end-all of it. How do you relate to that? Well, I think that maybe one of the best ways to revisit Pling Clang would be for table tennis players to actually reinvent it. Of course, that's a bit of a far cry from circus art, but people who are table tennis players and that would be interested in our text, that would be interesting, I think. In the way you relate to your body in circus art, there is something that is very much being a jack of all trades and being very versatile. But there are other shows that will require some specificity. There's a pitfall in circus art, which is to demonstrate everything that you can do. Well, when you show everything you can do, it becomes very complicated to revisit that work. When you see a juggler who shows all the gamut of his aptitudes and physical tour de force, it can become very much niche. So we're not looking at that. We like the versatility that would match circus art a lot, maybe more than table tennis players, even though physically table tennis players would be a good match. You even told me that it could be actors. Yes, because the text is pretty rich. Does that resonate with you? I just noticed what you said, that you kept a framework that went beyond the mere technical aspects of circus art. Well, in Nous, on n'a rien vu venir, our previous show, sometimes I ask myself, where does circus art start or end? Some people will amplify or reshape certain aspects of the work because of their technique as circus artists. You could actually rethink a television set as a gym apparatus. So it is very technical work that is close to the definition that you could give of circus art technique. So this is where maybe the scenography and the set can become a gym apparatus.
I don't know if what I'm going to answer now is going to answer the question, but it's a bit like what Tim was saying earlier, that is like very much on the border. What this festival is like circus and dance. Our piece is very circus and dance. It can be seen as just dance. People come to us and say like, that's not circus at all. What are you doing here? Like, strange. So I think it doesn't have to be circus at all who does our piece. It could be a dancer. It could be a visual artist or light installation that is with 3 moving heads doing this. It could be anything. I think it doesn't at all have to be circus. Also, like if you really zoom into the circus techniques into Cécile, there's really not so much. I think there's like 2 or 3 actually acrobatic movements, and the rest we're walking or sliding. So I don't know. Then you have the question: what is circus? What is dance? What is movement? What is choreography? Yeah, I don't know if this answers at all, but.
Et après, on vit, enfin moi...
In circus art, I've seen quite a lot of parts being taken over because someone was absent or couldn't fill the part anymore, and we see a new performer become part of a show, and that changes the performance with certain aspects that are going to be better, other aspects will become weaker, but it certainly changes and transforms the way we act and the work itself. But we see that sometimes it's very fast. Someone needs to take over last minute, and there's still the integrity of the work that remains, which is why we realize that we can trust the writing the work itself, it's really deeply entrenched and you can rely on it so as to plan for certain parts being taken over. Well, that brings me to the question of how do you see yourselves as artists? This is what it points to. So you talked about a laboratory, you talked about auditions. Who do you invite to the lab? And if it's not a lab, if it's not through auditions, what are the possibilities? How do you find artists that are a good fit, that are a good match? Or sometimes can it come through a third party? I think that's what you said about finding the right partners. Ideally, we don't choose them. That would be ideal. It's because he or she would be so attracted to our project. So that would be the first step. And also that they be recommended by someone who could become a partner in our project. And I see few shows in German, so it will be complicated for me to meet German-speaking artists that would be drawn to my project. So maybe it's best if it doesn't go through me.
If I'm not mistaken, you said something about there was like the last time this happened, there was like love letters. I didn't really exactly get fully how this went, but I like the idea of launching an open call and people writing why they would like to, or what they think is interesting that they could explore in our piece, and what then us like reading them and deciding that's interesting and meeting with them and setting the protocol, setting the rules of what is. Or maybe even before saying like this is allowed to, or this is what we want to dive in, and hearing what people could take or could offer towards us. That would be, I think, very interesting to hear.
Nous, dans notre cas, c'est une question qui est pas résolue du tout.
It's a question that remains unsolved. We'd like to avoid organizing auditions because we're not too sure of where we are going. And one of the motivations that I didn't name was just to meet other people. What could be better than an object, an artistic object, to meet other people? There's also the question of the transmission of the work. Who does it belong to? And in my work on Le Repos du Guerrier, I actually plagiarized an artist, Miguel Gutierrez, on stage. Well, I actually had told him, so that was not plagiarism after all. It was more of a tribute that I paid to him since I named him in the show. I am a little bit of a geek in my personal life. I love IT and I love the rationale behind IT. And in particular, open source. ITM, really interested in that, and I'd like to get people to be part of a conversation on that. But it's complicated to actually invite people to auditions because it is a commitment, and if you're not sure of where you're going, if you organize an audition afterwards, you need to deliver. Laboratory is a bit of a fun setup, and you can still decide if you want to go further or not. So it's not solved, it's not been really settled, and I hope the lab will help us settle that question. It is interesting because that brings us back to the idea of artistic direction. Who could actually be at the helm of the revisiting of your work? With the Sphere, we've looked at these questions of copyright and of waiving the rights on a project. So it's a bit like an IT engineer that wrote a few lines of code, and you can actually use them, and I'll be here to support you if you're having difficulty. And of course, in return, you should develop the code. So and so that I can benefit from it. So, which ties in nicely with the idea of speculative generosity that we touched upon before. And anything you'd like to contribute on that?
We have briefly spoken about this only, like not fully in depth yet, but we would like to not be part of the new creation reprise at all, to not influence it in any way, because otherwise we're gonna put too much our stamp on it, and we would like it to be their own piece. So not even like passing by as an outside eye or watching work in progress, but I would love to just in the beginning give the protocol, give the ideas, speak, and then send the people off to their residency, to their workspaces, and then see the final product in the end and see what they took out of it, and then having a chat with them on how it went and what they took, and that way, but nothing concrete in that way.
As far as I'm concerned, it would be quite the opposite, because I think the way we see it is more as a collaborative work. So there would be still something from us that we would contribute and that we'd like people to listen to. And maybe that's very selfish of me, but it makes it possible for me to, and for us to meet artists that are on a different playing field. So we have to imagine that collaboration, so we don't leave it all in their hands and say, okay, bye now. In France, there's something that's actually we have to factor in is copyright. If a piece of work has some copyright attached to it, you can't ignore it. But it's not the case in all countries. Naively, I thought, oh, that's cool. There are copyrights that we need to respect, and actually it's not that clear. We, in the source code, we know how the story goes. Someone who works in open source and a big multinational like Total that is going to use all the source codes to make business, and there's no protection or remuneration attached to it. It's the risk that has been taken by these people. Yes, about copyrights and protection of a work, that sometimes it has more to do with making sure there's remuneration for the use of that work. I'm thinking of recent events where there's been a suspicion of plagiarism, which demonstrates that protection is often not enough. Well, to protect the financial interests of authors, it does raise a number of questions for me. In a number of works, we borrow quite a lot from what's been done before. So I would dream for things to be quite open and generous in that transmission and that passing on of the work. And if there are countries where it's protected and others where it's not, maybe respect the choices that are made in different places. And maybe it's about pushing the limits of intellectual property and draw inspiration from open source IT. When I started my work, I had a mentor that helped me because I'm absolutely useless when it comes to IT, so that person could help me on Linux. So it'd be pretty cool if that could still take place.
It would be, as we are imagining it to be a total different piece and not like very much different. We would also think it's very fair that the author rights are not going to us in any way, but fully to the new people making the new piece, because we are not the authors of that new piece. In our heads, it's fully them. So we don't also expect anything to get in return for that. Okay.
Ouais, c'est des situations assez différentes, c'est intéressant. Et, du coup, ça m'amène.
Yes, this brings me to a counterintuitive question. Do you think, in the different backgrounds you've described, do you think that when you reimagine a piece, you are protecting it? If we look at the history of these shows, these performances, you have a second artist or a second iteration of that piece. Does that protect the first artist more? Well, if you're saying that performance extinguishes itself when you stop playing it, the more it is shown and performed, the more it has opportunities to stay alive. In spite of the archiving techniques, keeping records, whether it is a simple logbook or else, this doesn't keep a particular work alive. This guideline is intended for people who've already seen the performance rather than leaving a trace which is not very meaningful to me if it doesn't exist alongside the performance itself. So the more opportunities you have to show a piece of work, the more opportunities it has to stay alive.
Of if the piece A, let's say the first piece, the parent piece, is touring, and another one is touring at the same time, does it protect in a way the first one, or does it put it more in the history? Because there is another one which is completely linked to it with a kinship, which is obvious and really obvious for everyone. So protect the piece or put the piece in the patrimonial.
I get it. I think in the case that we are thinking none, it would be two different, like very different pieces. So it would not interfere, I think, with each other. Like piece A and piece B would be able to tour independently without, I think, interfering. Well, it depends, of course, in how strict you make the protocol. But as what we are thinking about, how we are envisioning a protocol on the rules, I think it would be possible that both would independently not influence each other.
Eh bien là non plus, je suis pas d'accord.
Well, I beg to disagree once again. I don't think this approach is going to slow down a particular process. Rémi Lavesne, this magician, it's Lavenne, don't pronounce the S, he's from Toulouse. We trained once together, we didn't know each other. And at the time I wanted to have a ball act that would disappear in my jacket. It was very amateurish, and Rémi was practicing beside me. He had a show called Deluge, and balls were disappearing in a very professional way, but also with a jacket. So he was looking at me practicing with a lot of interest. And I was quite embarrassed about that situation, but I still went along with my idea and tried to impress him. And he looked at me practicing for an hour, and then he came to see me and he said, "Yeah, not bad, show me your tricks." Your hat full of tricks. And then he explained everything about his act. He opened the jacket, he showed me everything, and he said, "This is the way I do it." It took me 10 years before I could perfect it. And I was surprised. Can you imagine you giving me 10 years of research in 10 minutes? Isn't that a problem to you? And he said, "Well, you know, if I'm doing this, if I do this job, it's because I want it to exist. And if I'm doing magic, it's because I want magic to exist and to go further. So if you earn that time, I'm earning time for my art, and this is my raison d'être." my purpose in life. And that's the very place we're talking about. If we don't sustain our performances, we're losing what we're doing. And this is what is most important, in my opinion. So before moving on to a Q&A, I think we can show the film. It's ready. I just have a feeling, in particular for Mathieu and Edouard, you've talked a lot about the idea of being surrounded by people. Of course, to produce a show, a performance, you need to be supported. At least in France, promoters have co-production resources and institutions as well. But I'm wondering about that. What do you think for this type of reactivating, reformulation of pieces? Do we need a larger community for promoters, curators to support you? Because here we're not talking about a standard production project. How does that work? Are there interconnections? Is there something to imagine, invent, perhaps, in that particular space? Well, if we want it to exist, it's all the better if you have many people working within that project. But I express the wish, the desire to do that. If you want for this performance to be played in Finland, if you want Pling Klang to be shown in Sweden because it's close to an IKEA plant, because it's particularly relevant to that project, why not? We are 3 co-authors of that project. So I'm saying I, but I'm talking also about these people who were involved in the creation of this project, but would be happy to go pass on that project elsewhere and to question this societal relationship to the project. But as far as I'm concerned, the most important is to create pieces, and this is what I enjoy doing. And I will place my energy on that rather than thinking about looking for people to pass on my performance. So yes, I'm all for it. And once that's been said, we'll see what happens. And in addition to that, it's a blessing as well to create networks, to have a concrete performance object. It's a way to exchange with an entire network. So it allows you to move forward in terms of collaboration beyond our national borders. So it's a good idea to seize this kind of opportunity because it allows you to create close collaborations with less risk-taking compared to a standalone creative project when you don't know where to get the funding and so on. So here, this is the continuity of a work that has already been done beforehand. So it's good to have people around these objects, works, to reflect on how to cooperate, to work with cross-border countries, and also to reflect on this issue of transmission. So I think, yes, it's great to spend time reflecting on these issues about risk-taking in particular. I don't know if it's going to work. When I think about Pling Klang, I have no certainty. So here it's a way, I mean, it's risk-taking. So the idea is to see what's going to become of that project.
It's okay. On peut peut-être prendre quelques questions dans la salle et puis.
Let's take a few questions and show the film just after, which is going to take about 10 minutes. Are there any questions in the room? Yes.
Bonjour, Vanessa.
Good afternoon, Vanessa Sylvie, French Institute in charge of street art, circus and puppetry. So it's not so much a question, but rather a comment. So at the Institute, we are very much interested, Vincent, you know that, interested in the issue of repertoire. A few years ago, there were programs called theatre export, dance export, circus export. And we also support projects to create pieces or to recreate pieces. We had the IF creation project, but with the recent budget cuts, we had to put an end to that project. But in fact, it still exists. Artists can request for support, request for a grant through a specific program. Caroline touched upon that earlier, how she worked with Theatroscope as a cultural attaché. And here it's a collaboration with artists from the Balkans. So I wanted to ask you if you talk about that project every time you are showing this performance. Sometimes you have promoters. It was the case in Circus. And I didn't hear anything about that, otherwise I would have remembered it. But that's also what's at stake. The first ambassadors of this desire to do this is for artists to talk about this to other artists, to promoters, curators, and so on. But then there's the responsibility of we were talking about the responsibility of institutions to take a risk. I wasn't able to talk about it earlier. I believe that the role of a particular institution establishment is to continue taking risks so that creation and artists may express themselves more than ever before. So we're all for it. Come to talk to us, especially regarding Circus. I can tell you what happened with two artists who benefited from that program. There was Mahosia this morning. She was supported on her project 23 Fragments. Also in puppetry, there was one performance shown in the States. And before that, the very first one, before we had specific programs or projects, obviously artists didn't wait for us, but Camille Boitel had done something similar in Indonesia, and we had supported her in that endeavor at the time.
Peut-être que vous avez envie de répondre.
Perhaps you want to respond to that if they had the opportunity at the end of the show to talk about this type of endeavor. Well, we have a sort of discourse at the end of Pling Clang. We explain our little handbook that we created, so we already talk a lot after the show, after the piece itself. But this this desire has to come from a group of artists who really want to reactivate a work, to recreate a work. It would be good to talk about it here and there, left and right, up and down, and especially down, because this is how we can bring this to fruition. You have to be the ambassadors of such endeavors, of recreating your performances. Cyril Rossial, I've really enjoyed all the pieces that we've talked about. So I would love to see those pieces again. This afternoon we haven't talked about schools in the broad sense, not only professional schools. Would you what about a lab? What about an attempt to go abroad, or even Dries or Mathieu with Tian and Bram? In these adaptations, what about recreating a piece at the Académie Fratellini? They have duos in creation. I mean, that's an open question. Yes, I would love that. Are there any questions? I do have a very brief question. Maybe the answer will be too long. If we were to continue this discussion and echoing what was said this morning, at the end of the day, in this approach, this protocol itself, couldn't it be a piece in itself? But perhaps you've answered that in a way, because by making a publication in a way, it's a piece in itself, but contemporary art funds are full of protocol, of pieces that are very hard to perform or display, so perhaps the protocol itself could become a piece. Yes. Yes, that's great, because we don't have much time, in fact. we need to wrap up after this. It's very interesting, because Boris Charmat also used to say that any pedagogical action is a piece in itself, a work, an artwork in itself. And Jérôme Bell as well, we talked about them this morning. Jérôme Bell made a piece that is passed on via Zoom. And this is not the piece itself, the stage is the piece. But yes, I think it's very interesting as an artistic approach. But what makes a piece, a performance, a piece of work is a different question. Okay, time-wise, can we take another question? Maybe this is an open-ended question. You were focusing on IP, intellectual property, but what about everything we talked about this morning? What is the meaning of authorship, of writing? Martin, you talked about this being your writing, so there's the idea of protecting it, but what is a writing in your... what is your definition of writing, of authorship? We will end at 6:30, perhaps, with all of those questions, open-ended questions. So there's something that enables us to distinguish one piece from another. If I look at my trajectory, the different performances we created, some of them are quite conceptual. If we look at Le Repas, it's a culinary show under a big top. People come in, they wash their hands, they cook together, they dine, and they clean after themselves. And the show is ended when the last person leaves the big top. So we have the skeleton of the piece with the three-course meal, with people who are living this experience. You have different objects coming from cooking, being together, conviviality. So the concept here is, isn't it more fun when we do all of this together? Isn't it the best party, the most successful party, when you slept there and you're still together the morning after? So this is a particular piece of writing very interesting in, and Pling Clang is a piece of cardboard that you open and something that you create that you then hang on the wall, something very confidential and intimate. So this is my definition of writing or authorship. I don't think there's one particular way of writing. Each performance, each piece has something very quintessential. Okay, well, this is time now to show you our film, and it will be the conclusion of this panel discussion.
Archaos, parce qu'il y avait art et chaos, mais aussi parce qu'archaos c'est comme archaïque, et ça veut dire, ça peut vouloir se traduire par celui qui arrive le premier à le savoir, donc le pouvoir. Et la coïncidence, c'est que nous on voulait un mot qui commence par la lettre A pour être en début des listes. C'est drôle, hein?
Dans cette idée du premier, il y a l'idée de l'archive aussi, non?
Alors, l'archive, pas encore. À ce moment-là, on disait surtout, on n'a que la mémoire du futur. C'était l'inverse, tu vois. Et on ne pensait pas justement à garder des ressources. Il se trouve que j'avais créé une société d'audiovisuel qui s'appelait Archaos Images, ce qui fait qu'on a des images. Ça, c'est Raquel.
Ah oui?
Ouais. Évidemment, Archaos, à l'époque, ça a été un choc dans le monde du cirque et dans le monde du spectacle vivant. Pourquoi? Parce que il n'y avait rien qui existait comme ça. Et tout ce qui s'était fait dans le théâtre et dans la danse après les années 70 ne s'était pas fait dans le cirque. Et dans le cirque, nous, alors là on voit des extraits, mais on évoquait l'emprise des religions, la violence, la sexualité, enfin tout ce qui concerne les contemporains, quoi. Et c'était un choc terrible pour la société. Ça faisait scandale. The Last Show Note, on a reçu The Best Name en Grande-Bretagne. The Best Name, c'était le prix de la meilleure proposition artistique de l'année en Grande-Bretagne. Et un cirque a eu ça en 1989, et ce qui fait que ça a lancé un peu une médiatisation internationale, mondiale du cirque, de ce qu'on appelait le nouveau cirque. Un truc incroyable. C'est que quand tu donnes un truc comme ça, tout le monde peut s'en servir. Donc assez vite quand même, voilà, à peu près à partir de 1994-95, pour nous on a commencé à penser au fait que quelqu'un pourrait reprendre les choses. Moi personnellement, au départ c'est surtout l'écriture qui me préoccupe. Hein. C'est comment on peut théoriser en tout cas sur l'écriture du cirque. Pour moi il est nécessaire qu'il y ait une écriture au préalable, c'est-à-dire poser les idées avant de poser la forme par-dessus. Et donc ce que j'appelle l'écriture préalable. Et comme vous avez vu, on a monté des très grosses formes. Et en fait, en plus ça avait un côté pratique pour moi, ça veut dire que le scénario était une bible pour tout le monde. Hein. Raquel pensait tout de suite au répertoire, à cette idée de je veux la bibliothèque de cirque. C'était pas une préoccupation pour moi, tant et si bien que tout se faisait sur des feuilles volantes, des cahiers qu'on oubliait. On n'a que la mémoire du futur, voilà, le passé ne nous intéresse pas de toute façon. Et en plus on disait, nous on veut surtout pas voir de spectacle parce qu'on veut pas être influencé, quoi. On veut veut rien savoir de ce qui existe. Voilà, on était bien barrés quand même. Et elle, par rapport à la notion de répertoire, quand elle est arrivée à l'école de cirque, à Rio, elle a dit « Où est la bibliothèque de cirque ?» On lui a dit « Mais de quoi tu parles ?» Elle dit « Moi, je veux interpréter des personnages de cirque. Moi, je viens du théâtre, donc c'est mon boulot d'être interprète, donc je veux la bibliothèque de cirque. » On lui a dit « Ça n'existe pas. » Et elle m'a dit après, mon désir de venir en France, c'était aussi de rencontrer la bibliothèque de cirque. Et quand elle est arrivée à Paris, elle allait à Beaubourg pour chercher la bibliothèque de cirque. En fait, elle n'a pas trouvé grand-chose, évidemment. Et voilà, et donc c'était sa quête. Et c'est comme ça qu'on s'est rencontrés, elle et moi, sur cette chose-là d'écriture et de répertoire. Donc c'est vieux. On va rester sur in vitro. Donc 10 ans après, en 2009, on décide donc de recréer 2 versions de celui qui avait été créé donc à cette époque-là. Alors, une version est dite à l'identique parce qu'on utilise le même tunnel, là, voilà, les arches d'origine, le même décor, les mêmes costumes et les mêmes musiques. Et on donne ça à un metteur en scène italien, Boris Vecchio. Et Raquel et moi, en même temps, là on est à Rio, à l'École nationale de cirque de Rio, sur 2 sites différents. En même temps, Raquel et moi, on réécrit donc une autre version d'après le scénario d'origine, mais en réécrivant une autre scénographie. Parce qu'on voulait, montrer que travailler sur le répertoire, c'était normal, quoi. On voulait nous montrer l'exemple, en tout cas. Parce que j'avais essayé de proposer à quelqu'un de remonter un autre spectacle, mais les gens n'étaient pas prêts pour que quelqu'un d'autre monte un spectacle de quelqu'un d'autre. Donc du coup, on a dit, bon, on va le faire nous-mêmes. Voilà. Et tu vois, j'avais tenté de créer une ligne pour le répertoire avec cette société d'auteurs et le ministère de la Culture. J'ai presque réussi. Ils étaient OK de créer une ligne budgétaire pour ça, mais d'aide à la reprise. Mais en fait, notre milieu à nous n'était pas prêt. Les artistes disaient beaucoup, non mais attends, on n'a pas assez d'argent pour faire des créations, tu vas pas prendre de l'argent pour des reprises, c'est absurde, etc. C'est intéressant, hein? J'étais au festival des Jonglages, donc avec Vincent Béraud, et je suis assis à côté d'Andrea, donc qui voit le travail de reprise donc, de son travail d'origine.
It's not decided yet. Let's reformulate.
Et il était très concentré à côté de moi, vraiment comme ça, et je me demandais est-ce qu'il aime ou pas. Il était tellement comme ça, concentré, quoi, silencieux. Et à la fin, il a explosé. Il a explosé et je lui ai dit tu es content? Il m'a dit I'm very happy, it's fantastic, incredible.
My name is Andrea Salustri. I am an artist and I am part of the Sphere. My work material has been chosen to be reformulated by other 2 wonderful artists. The simple idea to, instead of protect, instead of shield your work from others, to please allow others to reformulate, to share the same practice and to grow upon each other. This is so much needed in circus.
Voilà, il était vraiment aux anges. Et là, je suis allé voir Vincent et je lui ai dit ça. Je lui ai dit, tu sais, c'était vraiment beau sa réaction. Et c'est là où j'ai dit à Vincent, tu sais que nous, on prépare un appel à projet sur la reprise de répertoire. Il m'a dit, ah bon, bah, tiens-moi au courant, tu sais, voilà, il me raconte l'histoire de The Sphere, parce que j'avais un tout petit peu entendu en entrant au spectacle, mais vraiment très peu. Et donc là, je rentre à Marseille, je raconte à Raquel, et Raquel m'a dit, bon, on sort tout de suite l'appel à projet, faire revivre. Voilà l'histoire. De dire, on va créer le plus gros festival de cirque du monde. Parce que j'adore ces slogans, comme ça frappe. Et tout le monde a dit, non, il ne faut pas faire ça, on ne va pas y aller. C'est pas possible, on ne suit plus les festivals, voilà, on ne crée rien, c'est pas possible. Et moi, j'ai dit, on vous prévient, tout ce qu'on dit, on le fait.
Qu'est-ce qu'on dit? On conclut.
Okay. So, thanks everyone for sticking with us until the end of today. A big thanks to all the speakers that were with us and that accepted to come and share their thoughts with us. A big thank you to all the people in the room for contributing as well on all these roundtables. I can tell you that in a few days, the whole conference will be available online on the circusnext YouTube channel. It will be available in English, 100%, and also in French. So we'll pass on this information to the French speakers who missed out today. A big thank you to, again, to Théâtre de la Cité Internationale for hosting us, and to our teams.
Yeah. You said everything. Yeah, a big thank to everyone. So it was a wonderful day. You can say that, yeah. Wonderful.
Little practical request that passed on to me. Can you all bring your cups back upstairs? Apparently, it's important, right? Yep. And now, for those who are here in the room with us, we are going to have a little apéritif in the end. Oh, my colleagues are saying your headsets also at the entrance, les casques à l'entrée. Il faut les remettre, les casques de traduction. So we're going to go for a little apéritif. Thanks again for all of those who were online with us also today. Thanks again to our translators, our technicians of the day. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.